Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. For several years, we have known about financier Jeffrey Epstein's alleged sex trafficking ring that targeted young girls. This is something that appears to have been quite a far-ranging international ring. Now, what we know is that this was a large network of high-profile, high-dollar predators who abused untold numbers of minors. Only one person has been prosecuted for these crimes, and that is Ghislaine Maxwell. What she did was to recruit and groom many of the victims and then bring them into the Epstein orbit. But we know many more people were involved in this scheme in addition to Ghislaine Maxwell. What we do not know is the extent of that involvement. The recent release of documents by a federal judge exposing part of Epstein's potential client list is a step in the right direction to help bring some visibility and some accountability to these predators, and also to bring justice for the victims. And Mr. President, it is so important that as we look at this issue, we keep in mind this is about justice for these victims, making certain that they are able to tell and share and see the FBI take action on the information they are giving them. These women deserve justice. Now, the court unsealed the names of more than 170 associates that were named in a lawsuit against Maxwell by one of Epstein's alleged victims. The names are a mix. Some of them are just reference. They are not accused of any wrongdoing. Some of them are accused of wrongdoing. Some of the names in this lawsuit have accused Epstein and Maxwell of wrongdoing, and some of these names are potentially people who were aware of wrongdoing but said nothing. The documents also revealed some details about Epstein's alleged abuse, including that he and his associates would target underage girls in nightclubs, then pursue them, then recruit them, then groom them, and, as the pattern goes, bring them into the Epstein orbit. The release of this information is just the first step to uncovering the truth. The latest documents come from just one case with one victim, and it is 170 named. Now, there are countless others that were targeted, trafficked, and abused, and that's why I've repeatedly requested a subpoena for the complete, unredacted Epstein flight logs and Ghislaine Maxwell's unredacted little black book of contacts and addresses, along with all the documents and records from the FBI regarding this case. We need to know who flew on Epstein's plane and who potentially participated in his international sex trafficking ring. We need to know how far-reaching this ring is. We need to have a better idea of those that also had sex trafficking rings that intersected with Jeffrey Epstein's ring. Now, while Judiciary Chairman Durbin, Senator Durbin, previously had stonewalled my request, I'm encouraged that he has seemingly had a change of heart and expressed a willingness to work on a bipartisan basis to obtain records relevant to the Epstein case. So I'm calling on Chairman Durbin to hold a vote this week And I will be urging a vote on my subpoena whenever possible at our Senate Judiciary Committee meetings so that the American people can get the whole, full truth about Jeffrey Epstein, his sex trafficking ring, about every single person that participated in these alleged crimes, and about all the horrific abuses suffered by his victims, so that we can get justice for these women and children who were abused in this sex trafficking ring. One thing should be clear, and that is that I am not going to stop trying to get the complete and total transparency on this issue so that these innocent victims can receive the justice that they deserve. We know this issue goes beyond Epstein and his associates. In America, according to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, in this country right now, a child is bought or sold for sex on average every 2 minutes. Now think about this. Think about the children that are harmed by this. When you see these stats, once every 2 minutes, a child is bought or sold for sex. Now, the Department of Homeland Security estimates that human traffickers make, get this number, $150 billion a year in profits. Human traffickers, sex traffickers, are making $150 billion a year in profits. That's not my number. That's not a think tank number. That's the number that comes from the Department of Homeland Security. So, Mr. President, we have to say, why is more not being done to break apart these human trafficking rings? Why are we not doubling down on this? In 2019, the estimate of the profits made by human traffickers was $500 million a year. That's 2019. And now we're at $150 billion a year in estimated profits. And all of this is being done to women and children. Much of the trafficking does occur at our southern border, where the Biden administration appears to have lost track of 85,000 migrant children that came across our border into the custody of DHS, who hands them off to Health and Human Services and the Office of Refugee Resettlement. Now, I know that in the last couple of years, the Office of Refugee Resettlement changed the vetting procedures for these individuals who were going to take these children and be the foster parents, be the surrogates. They were tasked with taking care of them. So they loosened their vetting procedures for these individuals. And now, 85,000 migrant children cannot be found. They do not know where they are. They do not know if they are alive or dead. They do not know if they are in a labor gang. They do not know if they're in a gang or if they're selling drugs or if they've been put in a sex trafficking ring. They cannot find them. Why is it they cannot find these children? Because when they call the individual who has been given the responsibility of caring for these children, they don't answer the call. 85,000 children that can't be found. And these are children who are vulnerable for being preyed on by criminals. and HHS and ORR cannot give us an answer as to where these children are, who has them, what kind of conditions they're living in, and how they are spending their days. I would imagine many of them are spending their days in absolute and total fear. This is certainly irresponsible, and it is sickening. Now, one of the things that we have learned, and I've heard so much in Tennessee about this issue of human trafficking and sex trafficking. It affects every single county and every single community. Here are some of the stats from Tennessee, and we went to the stats because we found it so interesting. You know, Mr. President, I visit with every single county in my state each year. That's 95 counties, and I started that 95 county tour last week. And what we heard from our law enforcement officers, from healthcare personnel, from individuals that are in charge of classrooms in schools, was the uptick in the number of sex trafficking reports that are taking place. In Tennessee, in 2016, there were 60 reports of sex trafficking of minors in our state. Now that's in 2016. By the time we got to the end of 2021, that number had jumped to 600. And by the time we got to November of this last year, 2023, by November, we had already hit 700 reports of trafficking minors. Now, Mr. President, this is one state. These are our stats. And you go from 60 reports of trafficking minors in 2016 to in 2023, in 11 months, you're at 700 reports. See, this is something that is out of control. Out of control. And this is why we've got to get all of this information and be sure law enforcement is apprehending these traffickers. Mr. President, this is modern day slavery. This is what is happening to women and children in this country. They're being recruited, they're being groomed, they're being brought into the orbit of a trafficker. We have to have information that is going to break this apart. We have to know who all is involved. And you know, when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein, I had somebody today say, "Why do you want this information?" I will tell you why. First of all, I can't believe you don't want this information. And secondly, this is not about celebrity or whodunits. This is about criminal activity. This is about modern day slavery. This is about breaking apart human trafficking and sex trafficking rings and making certain these predators and these pedophiles are put in jail where they belong. We have to put some light on this criminal activity, and we have to take steps to end it. Now, as we get this information and as we look at this issue, as I've talked to law enforcement, one of the things they regularly say is, look, we need more tools in the toolbox. So the Save Girls Act is legislation that I've brought forward, and I thank Senator Klobuchar, who has worked with me on this. What this legislation would do is provide states, local governments, nonprofits with resources that they need to train personnel, to conduct rescues, and to help save some of these women and girls. There's another piece of legislation Senator Duckworth and I have. It's the Salon Stories Act. This replicates a program, Sheer Haven, that is taking place in Tennessee. Illinois, Senator Duckworth's state, also has a program, and it trains estheticians and barbers and beauticians on the signs of sexual abuse, domestic abuse and violence, and what to look for in human trafficking, and then how to get people to the right resources for a rescue, for an intervention, for the help that they need. And last month, the Report Act, which Senator Ossoff and I did in a bipartisan way, this will give NCMEC, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and law enforcement the resources that they need to crack down on child trafficking and online child sexual abuse material. We are pleased that these are pieces of legislation that are moving forward. We are hopeful to get the subpoena on the Epstein flight logs and further information of his associates. And we are clinging to the promise of justice for these victims by this chamber paying close attention to what is happening with human trafficking in our country. I yield the floor. Thousands of Americans, and indeed hundreds of Tennesseans, who are coming to our nation's capital to celebrate life, to talk about how to defend life, and to uphold the sanctity of life. And this is the second March for Life since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. And we know with the decision on the Dobbs decision, it really sent the authority back to the states and to the people, and that is where it does belong. And across the nation, we have seen states step up and take the responsibility for rules and regulations around abortion practices. Now, one of these areas where they have looked is informed consent laws. This would require abortion providers to inform expectant mothers of all the medical risk to the mother and to the child because of this abortion procedure. And what we know is that informed consent is a very important part of medical ethics. And according to the AMA's Medical Ethics Code, this is what it says, and I quote, "Patients have the right to receive information and ask questions about treatments so that they can make well-considered decisions about care," end quote. But not all states have informed consent laws, and there are abortion providers that withhold this information, and that prevents these expectant mothers from understanding all the risk that they face. So nationwide safeguards regarding informed consent are something that is long overdue. So this week I introduced the Women's Right to Know Act, which would set reasonable medical requirements for physicians to meet and protect the life of the mother and the child before the abortion can be performed. So they would have to meet these standards and give this information to the patients. Now, the providers would be required to explain all the medical risk associated with the abortion procedure, explain the probable gestational age and development features of the unborn child at the time the abortion is to be performed, and to present this information at least 24 hours in advance of an abortion procedure. We think that this is essential legislation that will really do so much to raise the safety standards and protect the health of vulnerable women, and it will help to save lives. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the next portion of my remarks be placed separately in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Last week, House Republicans launched their impeachment proceedings against Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas for a simple reason. The Secretary of Homeland Security does not believe in securing the homeland. We know that he has failed to carry out his duties, and we know it because of the numbers. Over 8.5 million illegal immigrants have come into this country on his watch. That includes 1.7 million, or thereabout, of what are called known gotaways. These are people that can be seen on surveillance, but Border Patrol cannot get to them. And there are also tens of thousands of pounds of fentanyl that have been trafficked into this country, and once it's across that border, it ends up in your towns, in your communities. This we know is happening. In addition, there are hundreds of individuals on the terror watch list that have been apprehended at the southern border, including 30 since the start of fiscal 2024. In addition to this, there are thousands of individuals from countries of interest. We wonder why they're choosing to come to the country. But we do know many of them are young men. They are not coming with the family. They come separately. Now, these numbers alone would give reason for why the Secretary should be removed from office. His job is to secure the homeland. Obviously, with these numbers, with the concerns that come with these numbers, the homeland is not secure. And ultimately, you have to look at the harm that this administration is inflicting on our country with its open border policies, because those harms go way beyond the stats that I have given you today. These policies of this administration, of this secretary, are failing this country. They are upending the rule of law, which is foundational to this democratic republic. It is foundational. And at every opportunity, what is astounding to me is this administration continues to look for ways to make illegal legal. Now, we have seen this action with executive orders. We have seen this with agency rules and regulations. And we see it at the border as they try to find new ways. Maybe it's using their app. Maybe it is letting you know that they are coming. But what they're trying to do is say, discard the rule of law. We are going to give you a new way to come here. And by the way, we're doing everything we can to make illegal legal. Does that make any sense at all? Of course not. Now, under President Biden and this administration, illegally entering the country is something that they say, well, we don't consider that to be a crime. Now, if you or I, Madam President, were in Mexico and said, oh, the border crossing is backed up, we're just going to walk across the Rio Grande. We're going to just walk on back into the country because it's faster. We don't want to drive to the border crossing. We're here. There's the river. We're just going to skip on over there. You know what? We would be apprehended, and where would we be taken? We would be taken to jail. We would face prosecution. Think about that. Why is it that we would do that? Because it's illegal. But to these that are trying to enter our country illegally, and by the way, it is not just from Central America. Border Patrol tells us we've had people from about 170 countries over the last year come to that southern border. And who is in charge of all of this? It is the cartels that work on the Mexico side of the border. They're big global businesses, and they're bringing people from that many different countries to our southern border. They're bringing thousands of pounds of fentanyl. And by the way, who creates the chemicals for fentanyl? China. They are in cahoots on this. But it is so disappointing to me. At every opportunity, this administration is trying to make illegal legal. And in doing that, what they're doing is putting lawbreakers ahead of law-abiding Americans. Now, Secretary Mayorkas last week admitted that 85% of the illegal immigrants that are apprehended at our border are released into the country. 85%. These are people that are not being sent before a judge for an asylum hearing. These are individuals that are being given a notice to appear, and then they're waved on into the country, and then they're given a phone, they're given food, and they're given a plane ticket to wherever they want to go. And Madam President, who pays for this? Who is footing the bill on this? We know who's paying for this. It is the hard-working taxpayer. They are bearing the cost for this. Now, with these hundreds of thousands of migrants crossing into our country each month, by the way, last month, 302,000 people. Think about the cities in your state. How many of them have more than 300,000 residences in that city? This is the number coming across that border. But what we have seen is that states are taking this matter into their own hands. States like Arizona and Texas, who have constructed their own barriers across the southern border. And what has the Biden administration done to them? Instead of saying, thank you for helping us carry out this duty to protect illegal entry into our country, thank you for the assistance. No, that is not what they have done. They are suing the states. They're suing them for trying to protect their property. Now, Madam President, this makes no sense. Let's think about this. There is immigration law in this country. There is a way to come into this country. There is a way to ask for asylum. And it is not to go pay a cartel and have them bring you across our border and enter the country illegally. So these states are saying, We're going to protect our sovereignty. And by the way, we've got ranchers and farmers that live here on the border. We're going to allow barriers to go up so that it helps to protect their private property. And this administration says if you do that, we'll sue you. And under this administration, border agents are not putting up fences and razor wire. They're actually out there cutting the razor wire because this administration is telling them that is what they have to do. They don't want to do it, but they are being told they have to do it. That is how far this administration is going to make illegal legal. They're saying to law-abiding citizens, you can't protect your ranch. You can't protect your farm. They're saying to Texas and Arizona, you can't put up containers. You can't put up razor wire. You cannot protect your state. We're going to make you sit by and watch as we violate federal law. Whoever would have thought that you would have an administration going in here and finding ways to violate federal law, but that is exactly what they're doing, and they're doing it every day. Now, once the migrants have illegally come into the country, the administration doesn't just resettle them, they use taxpayer dollars to even pay for their health care. I've already mentioned they get phone, food, clothing, a plane ticket to wherever they want to go. Now, in fiscal year 22, taxpayers shouldered the cost for $94.3 million of medical expenses for these migrants. In fiscal year 2021, Immigration and Customs Enforcement Healthcare budgeted more than $74 million for the Department of Veterans Affairs to assist with outside referrals and medical claims processing. Think about this. The VA is subsidizing health care for illegal immigrants. So while the VA is helping to treat migrants, more than 1 million veterans are waiting for staff to process their claims. Can you see the problem here? We're talking about health care for our nation's veterans, people that have raised their hands and have sworn an oath and have worn the uniform, men and women who have protected this nation. And we have said, when you do this, we will provide your health care. But, oh no, look at what is happening. Those that are illegally entering the country are being put in front of our nation's veterans. And right now, we are seeing this backlog grow. It had been 250,000 claims about this time last year, and then it went to 400,000, and now we're at 1 million. 1 million. But those that have illegally come, they're put at the head of the line, and our veterans are at the back. Do you think that is fair? Is there anyone in this chamber that thinks that is fair and that is right? And on top of this, we learn now that New York City, there again, led by Democrats, in New York City, what are they doing? They're shutting down high schools, and they're sending kids home for remote learning. We tried that during COVID, right? Didn't work out very well, did it? But kids in New York are being forced to go home so that their school can be used as a shelter. You know, Madam President, it might be more appropriate if New York City took some of those federal buildings where the workers are not showing up for work and used that for temporary housing. But allowing these facilities to be used and kids to be sent home and placed on remote learning. So inappropriate, it is wrong, but at every step, my Democratic colleagues have supported this administration's disastrous open border policies. And for more than 7 months, they've refused to bring H.R. 2 to this floor for a vote. H.R. 2 is the House Republicans' Secure the Border Act. It would help end this crisis. In fact, since the House passed H.R. 2 and sent it over here to the Senate Judiciary Committee has held 83 hearings. 83 hearings and meetings. Since that bill was passed, H.R. 2 has never been brought up for 1 minute of discussion in that chamber. It just shows you open border is this administration's policy. This is what they want. Now, I think that it's very telling what the Democrats are for on this. Their inaction on what is a crucial issue and indeed the number one issue with the American people reveals a lot about their priorities. But I would have to ask my Democratic colleagues, why is it that you are for illegal immigration? Why is it that you're working so hard to make illegal legal? What is it about circumventing the rule of law that you think is the right thing to do? Do you want to circumvent the rule of law and throw away all immigration policy? Or is it just you want to make illegal entry into this country? I will tell you what, Madam President, we need to know who is coming in this country and why they are coming. I would yield time on this floor to any Democrat that wanted to come and explain why you are working so hard to make illegal legal. I would like to hear that explanation, because it seems every time we turn around, you're looking for some way to codify illegal entry into this country. How about abiding by the rule of law? Because when you circumvent the rule of law, what do? You devalue our citizenship. What about the thousands of people that are working legally towards citizenship, that are spending money, that are spending time? Have any of you spent time going to a naturalization ceremony, a citizenship ceremony? Have you heard these stories of how hard people work, how they want to be a U.S. citizen? But oh no, what some of you want to do is devalue that. You want to say, let's make it okay for people to just waltz across the Rio Grande, walk in here, and enter this country illegally, outside of the rule of law. Wait 10 years to get an asylum hearing. What is right about that? And you know the answer. Nothing is right. Nothing is right. You know, and it's amazing to me. Why do you preference, and give me an explanation of why you think you should preference people that illegally come in this country before our nation's veterans and hardworking taxpayers? Why do you do that? Why do you think that that is okay? I'll tell you what right now. Tennesseans don't think that is okay. They don't think having 1 million people on the VA backlog for services is okay while you're spending millions of dollars for health care for veterans, for processing claims. They don't think that sending outside referrals for them when veterans can't get into community care, this is not right. I can't imagine an explanation from one of my Democratic colleagues that would say, I think that's what we ought to do. We ought to just say, illegal immigrants, we're going to take care of you first and everybody else to the back of the line. But in essence, that's what your actions are showing that you support. Your actions and inactions are showing that you think making illegal legal, that's a really good thing. And the other thing I don't get about all of this, each and every one of you know, you do not come to that southern border on your own. You have paid a cartel. People pay the cartels. And then Border Patrol will show you the bands and bracelets that are put on people. What it shows is the cartel and what this person needs to do to work out their fee, because not everybody can pay the $5,000 or $10,000 to the cartel to illegally come in this country and then have the U.S. taxpayer finish the job for them once they get to the U.S. border, because they get their asylum claim, their notice to appear, their phone, their food, their clothes, their plane tickets, and their health care. But they have a band on them, a tracking device. And that is what tells the cartel and their job. It may be going to a gang, it may be going to a work crew, it may be selling drugs, fentanyl, and pushing that into our communities. It may be that these people are part of a human trafficking ring. They're going to be put into human trafficking and sex trafficking. So to my Democratic colleagues, do you think this is compassionate? How do you say this defines compassion? It is beyond me. You all know that this is modern-day slavery. And if you haven't seen these bands, I think there are some of us that would show you these bands that people have to wear. We'll show you the Department of Homeland Security stat that shows just a few years ago human trafficking was a $500 million a year business. Today, DHS tells us it is a $150 billion a year profit center. That's right, $150 billion a year. Let me tell you something. These women and children that are being sex trafficked, they're being mentally, physically, emotionally, sexually, and drug abused as they make these journeys. You all know that. But why would you say an open border is a compassionate policy? It is not. This is a humanitarian crisis. This is a crisis where people are having their lives ruined. They're sold a bill of goods by a cartel who is incentivized because the cartel says, Biden said, come on, border's open. The policy is an open border. You know, it is imperative that we stand with the rule of law. I've got a couple of pieces of legislation that I filed hoping that they will help. One is the Container Act that would allow states to protect their portion of that southern border. Give them the ability. They've got that right. if the federal government falls down on their job, they've got the right to protect their citizens, and they want to do that. The other is no VA Resources for Illegal Aliens Act. This is something that I've done along with Senator Tuberville to stop the administration's Department of Veteran Affairs from providing taxpayer-funded health care to illegal aliens or engaging in claims processing for anyone unlawfully present in the United States. It is time that we secure this southern border and that we end this illegal entry into this country. I yield the floor. And what we are hearing at home in Tennessee, and as I talked this weekend, you know, we've had a terrible cold snap in Tennessee. We've had a lot of snow. We have had single-digit temperatures, even sub-zero temperatures. And people have talked a lot about the priorities of this administration when it comes to energy, and about how President Biden said, we're going to do this transition, we're going to have the Green New Deal, and he spent $6 trillion on this Green New Deal concept. Well, that, with the inflation, has caused higher prices, lower wages, and really has inserted uncertainty into our economy. Now, the president has really ignored the chaos that has come about from his failed Bidenomics and failed Green New Deal agendas. He keeps trying to say, and he's been out giving speeches saying that we are and I'm quoting him, story of progress. Well, let me tell you something. If he's talking about progress, it is the wrong direction. Because as I said, people are facing higher prices. They are facing wage stagnation. They are looking at uncertainty when it comes to job security, when it comes to economic security. The president also likes to say that he is, and I'm quoting him again, growing the economy from the middle out and the bottom up. But Mr. President, let me tell you, when I talk to Tennesseans, that is not happening. They talk about how the economy is shrinking. And they also talk about how costs are just hammering them every single month. Now, I think that when we talk about inflation and the state of the nation's economy, we have to look at where President Biden started. When he took the oath of office, the inflation rate in this country was at 1.4%. What he did was to run that inflation up to a 40-year high at 9.1%. And now they run around saying, oh, we've gotten inflation back down to 3.4%. But still, you have to look collectively at what has happened. Now, under President Biden, I've got some of the headlines here that show you what is happening. Here is the reason why, Mr. President, prices across the board, it's not 3.4% that people are seeing, it is 17.3%. The cost of clothing is up 7%. Rent prices are up 19%. Food prices are up 20%. Gas prices, when you go to the pump, it's up 30%. And home heating and cooling, 31%. And mortgage rates are at a 2-decade high. That has led to Bidenflation, and it has led to some of these headlines. Analysis finds Americans need an extra $11,400 a year to afford the basics. The basics. That means just treading water, doing nothing extra. 62% of the Americans are living paycheck to paycheck as holiday spending and credit card debt rise. People are pulling the plastic out in order to try to make ends meet. And then you have another one from Yahoo Finance. Why a record number of Americans are struggling to pay rent. CBS, millions of older workers are nearing retirement with nothing saved. You have CNN Business. Inflation isn't beaten yet, and the risk of a new price shock are rising. And we also know that according to the Joint Economic Committee, families in Tennessee spent $10,344 more last year than they did in 2021 just to meet the purchasing of the same basket of goods. That is what Joe Biden's economic policies have done to our pocketbooks. It is what it is doing to hardworking taxpayers, and at the same time, our nation's debt has now reached a record $34 trillion. Now, if any of my colleagues have a grandchild or a baby that was born this year, they can welcome that baby with $100,000 worth of federal debt. That is their share of this nation's debt. Now, President Biden's out-of-control inflationary spending would be bad enough for the American people, but to make matters worse, his administration has tried to regulate every single part of your life: the car you drive, the stove that you use, the washing machine for washing clothes, the type dishwasher, even what you are wanting to do with the fireplace. This is what they are doing with regulations, and these regulations are estimated to cost families another $10,000 each year because of added cost. It is not sustainable, and Congress absolutely cannot keep kicking the can down the road on this. Dealing with this out-of-control spending and this debt is an imperative. Now, there are some things that we could do. We could return to regular order and pass spending bills that would get this House in order. That means no more massive omnibus bills that saddle future generations with an unsustainable debt. Each year, in order to address this problem, I've introduced legislation that would make 1%, 2%, or 5% across-the-board spending cuts. That would target non-defense, non-homeland security, and non-veterans affairs discretionary spending for the next fiscal year. We also need to cut down on the size of the federal bureaucracy. We have 2.2 million federal bureaucrats that cost Americans billions of dollars in taxes and overbearing regulations. Addressing the rising salaries and the size of the federal government workforce should be a top priority when considering how to rein in federal government and how to control spending. This would begin the process of draining the swamp of unelected bureaucrats who are not accountable to anyone and would change the decisions that they are making about Americans' lives. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the next portion of my remarks be placed separately in the record. Thank you, Mr. President. Last week, after weeks of attacks on commercial vessels in the Red Sea, President Biden designated the Iran-backed Houthis as a specially designated global terrorist group. Now, the Houthis should never have been taken off the list of terrorist organizations. They had been placed on that list by President Trump. And then President Biden decides to take them off. He was trying to appease Iran, but in doing this, he only emboldened the Ayatollah's terror proxies. And we all know that Hamas and Hezbollah, the Houthis, ISIS in Syria, ISIS in Iraq, they are all proxy groups for Iran. Yet, the national security spokesman, John Kirby, is still defending the decision to take the Houthis off the list of foreign terrorist organizations. It is difficult to unravel all the catastrophic mistakes that this administration has made on this very issue. Now, we've had over 150 missile attacks from Iran-backed proxies against our armed forces and also against commercial vessels. President Biden has redesignated the Houthis only as a specially designated global terrorist group. As I said, he didn't go all the way and designate them a foreign terrorist organization, which is what President Trump had done. Now, here is the difference in that designation and why it is significant. This means that the Houthis can still obtain U.S. visas. There is not a criminal penalty to support them. And U.S. banks are not required to seize their funds. So the Houthis can still get a visa to come to the U.S. U.S. banks cannot freeze the funds that the Houthis have and prohibit them from getting to those funds. Now, who gives them most of their money? It comes from Iran, who gives them about $100 million a year, plus trains them, plus equips them, plus arms them, and allows them to carry out their bad deed. Now, the White House also admitted this, which I think is rather stunning when you consider the fact that Iran, through the Houthis, you've had 150 attacks on U.S. ships and commercial vessels. So the White House said, okay, Houthis, if you will stop your attacks and stop attacking us in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden, then the U.S. will immediately reevaluate your designation. Again, practicing appeasement. Terrorists only understand one thing, and that is strength. And they know that this administration is weak. In 2021, the Biden administration moved Patriot missile systems out of CENTCOM to reduce our military presence in the Middle East. But in October, the president was forced to return them over growing attacks from Iran's terror proxy groups. Our military needs to continue attacking these threats until they no longer pose a danger to the American people, to our ships and commercial vessels. One thing is clear, we can only achieve peace through strength, and our adversaries are watching a very weak president.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know that we have Tennesseans that are watching, and many people are saying, why is it that you all are here? Because this was to be a week where we were working in our states. And of course, many of us have set meetings in our state, but here we find ourselves as we are looking at this piece of legislation that all of a sudden has become a must pass. Now, the schedule for when we were going to be in and out of session came out in December, back around the 1st of December. So that is when we decide how we're going to organize our year and our work periods and meet those obligations to our constituents. But what we find out is there is all of a sudden this deadline that has to be met because it is the Munich conference. And we have a delegation that is going, and they don't want to go empty-handed. They want to take this bill that is going to be more money for Ukraine. Now, there are some of us who have said, hey, wait a minute. We've got these problems at our southern border, and we really can't help others until we deal with the crisis at our southern border. There are some of us who remember what happened on 9/11, and we remember the impact that that had on our nation, and we'll never forget that. And we realize how important it was to get our country back on track. And we did that. We moved forward aggressively, not only militarily, but getting our economy back on track, stabilizing our country, changing how we looked for terrorism, and taking steps that were necessary to protect the citizens of this country, to protect individuals in their communities, in their places of work, and to make certain that they knew we were going to be there to put them first and the protection of this country first. Well, but of course, deadlines and work periods have a way of forcing issues, of saying, well, this has got to be done and we have to meet this deadline. And I would suggest to all of my colleagues that after we return from this work period, guess what? There's all of a sudden going to be this deadline and this push that, oh, we've got the CR coming up, we've got to take action right now, so everybody's got to get in the same boat and vote for things that you really don't want because we just cannot have a government shutdown. That is going to be the message that is there. Bear in mind, I think it's been now 103 days since the Democratic leader has allowed an appropriations bill to come to this floor for consideration. And because of the good work of Senators Collins and Murray, the Senate's appropriations bills came out of the Appropriations Committee in July. But no, they're not coming to this floor because then the Democratic leader would have to give up the ability to jam it and to get what he wants right at the very end. Just like there's this jam to get this bill passed before the Munich conference so that it can be smiles, handshakes, and backslaps when they get there. But I think our allies would like for us to take care of ourselves and secure our border so that indeed we are going to be able to continue to help them, because this is a dangerous place. This world's a dangerous place. And there is an axis of evil, Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, that are working overtime, trying to destroy the United States. They don't hide that that is their goal. They're really pretty open about that being their goal. China, they want global domination. Russia, they want to be able to sell China oil. Iran wants to sell China oil. Indeed, Iran is making billions of dollars every single month selling oil to China because this administration withdrew the sanctions on Iran, the sanctions that President Trump and his administration had put in place that prohibited them from selling oil. But instead of the president putting those sanctions back on Iran and prohibiting that, and that's what is giving them the money they need to go out here and fund their proxies, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, ISIS Syria, ISIS Iraq, the IRG. Where do they get their equipment, their training, their missiles, their rockets? Courtesy of Iran. That is where they get it. But let's not talk about that. Let's talk about we've got to pass this bill. We've got to do it right now because the happy handshakes are going to depend on it when they all get over to Munich. But what we need to be doing is paying attention to what is happening here on our own shores. Are we concerned about Israel? You better believe we are. We know that they are in a fight for survival. We also know that Iran is who is funding Hamas. Taiwan, are we concerned about them? Absolutely. And we want to make certain that Taiwan has what they need. I've even introduced legislation that would authorize a defense lend-lease program for Taiwan. It's important for them to have that. It's important for people to be able to pay back what we give them. Now, another thing that we need to do is look at the expectations of our enemies. We've got enemies that expect us at this point in time because of this president and his administration to be weak and to give them running room. They like that. They think that's a good thing. And they think that because this president is weak when it comes to our southern border, that they can push people into our country. From October to the end of the year, 24,000 Chinese, I think it was, Mr. President, that came in through our borders. You're talking about people from, according to the Border Patrol, 170 different countries that were coming across our border. And we know that these 8.8 million illegal immigrants that have entered this country under President Joe Biden's watch are not all individuals that are coming here for a better life. We know some of them are coming here to do us harm. Indeed, the FBI director in December, when he was before our committee, Mr. President, he responded to Senator Graham's question about what he saw with the terrorist threat. And indeed, in paraphrasing his comments, he talked about how he had never seen such broad-based threats, and that everywhere he looked, he saw red lights flashing. The world's a dangerous place. And Mr. President, it's coming to our border. Now, there are some things that we had wanted to get done in this bill that are not going to be done. And I will note for my colleagues that H.R. 2, which I know my Democratic colleagues do not like that bill. I know that. I understand that. We have a difference of opinion on that. But H.R. 2 is the House border security bill. Border security. What people are demanding that we do, secure our southern border. Now that landed on our desk at Senate Judiciary Committee, and of course Homeland Security has part of that, and HHS has part of that. the Senate Help Committee, but it landed on May 15th. Now, Mr. President, we've had over 80 meetings of the Senate Judiciary Committee since that bill landed. Not once have we even looked at taking it up, amending it, letting regular order take place, letting people amend that bill and make it a work product of the committee. That is not what has happened, but it is what should have happened, allowing regular order to take place and people to be able to weigh in and speak on this bill. But there was a decision not to move forward with that. Instead, it was pushed to the side and a special committee put in place, and they were tasked with solving what was going to be a border and national security bill. Interestingly enough, and I know that they all worked hard, and I know Senator Lankford put his best efforts into that. But you know, Mr. President, I think there's a lot to be said for going by regular order, letting the committees take up a piece of legislation, letting the committees do their work on that piece of legislation. But that did not happen. But when I talk to Tennesseans, they are terribly concerned about what is happening with the open border because they see the impacts in their communities every single day, and the impacts are undeniable. When you look at the tens of thousands of U.S. citizens that lose their lives every year to fentanyl poisoning, and right now, Mr. President, the #1 killer of U.S. citizens in the 18 to 45-year-old age bracket is fentanyl. We know the Chinese are working hand in glove with the Mexican cartels, especially the Sinaloa cartel, that is right there on the Mexico side across from that Arizona border. They are working overtime. They're pressing those pills, and then they're pushing them across the border. That is what they think is going to help them attack us and harm our citizens. The drug trafficking, the human trafficking, the sex trafficking that is taking place every single day. Local law enforcement, I visit with each of our 95 Tennessee counties every single year. And to a county, law enforcement tells me they can't deal with the drugs and the human trafficking and the gangs and the crime until we secure the southern border. They're trying, but it continues to grow every single day. Now, another thing that concerns everyone, and this ties us back to the FBI's comments about seeing flashing red lights, and that is the number of people who are special interest aliens that are coming from countries like Iran and Afghanistan and Syria, and they're flooding into our country. As I said, people from 170 countries is what the Border Patrol tells us came across our border last year. Think about that. These are people who are making a choice to come across our southern border, paying a cartel to come across that border instead of legally coming into this country. That is a choice that they are making. Now, also, the terrorist watch list, in addition to those hundreds that are coming from special interest countries, you've got 49 terrorist watch list individuals that have been apprehended at the border since the start of fiscal year 2024. So we know that this danger is there. We know these individuals are coming into our country, and we know that our law enforcement professionals are telling us. They're telling us it's not a question of if we have another terrorist attack on U.S. soil. It is a question of when. So, when you look at what has transpired with this security supplemental and the $113 billion that has already gone to Ukraine, and by the way, some of us keep asking for a full accounting of where that money is. Some of us continue to ask for what we consider a win with Ukraine. We continue to ask what is the strategy that is being implemented there. But what we get back at us is crickets. So some of us have had amendments that we think would make the legislation before us, the security supplemental, a stronger piece of legislation. Now, I had several amendments that I had proposed. Number 1540 would limit the number of aliens who can be paroled into the U.S. every year. Because if you look at the numbers from previous administrations, Democrat and Republican, you see that many multiples of those numbers are what the Biden administration is waving right on into the country. I also had an amendment, number 1534, that would prohibit any of our taxpayer dollars going into Gaza until all the hostages have been released. There again, our citizens do not want their tax dollars going into Gaza being scooped up by Hamas through UNRWA and that being pushed forward. Now, my amendment 1535 would accelerate deportations for illegal aliens who physically assault first responders. Indeed, we have seen more of that than we would like to see in this country. So they should be immediately deporting. I also have 1547, which would prohibit the president and his administration from selling or removing any of the existing border wall or the components that are out there for the border wall. Mr. President, it was distressing to us to hear that the president was choosing to sell off the border wall when Border Patrol tells us they need a physical barrier, they need better technology where they cannot have a physical barrier, and then they need more officers and agents. Giving them that physical barrier should be something that we agree to do. Number 1548 would put back in place the President Trump-era migrant protection protocol. Stay in that safe third country. Execute your claim for asylum there. That is something that would be an assistance to our Border Patrol. Now, my amendment number 1539 should be something that we would all agree on. And Madam President, this would allow the border states to place temporary barriers on federal land to protect their communities. Now, for those of us that have been to the border many times, we have walked along this border and we've met with ranchers and we've met with farmers and we've met with property owners who say, you know, we're losing the right to private property. They can show you pictures of dead bodies they have found on their ranches. They can show you pictures of fields of melons and tomatoes and produce that have been literally trampled by people that are coming across. So allowing them the right to protect that property. Everybody should agree someone has the right to protect their property. A homeowner backing up to the border there in Arizona need not worry that they're going to walk out their back door and find illegal aliens napping in the backyard, or taking a dip in a swimming pool, or leaving clothes and water bottles strewn right around their back porch. Now, one that I have worked on for quite a while, number 1536, is the End Child Exploitation Act. What this would do is end that horrible practice of child recycling. Now, Madam President, you and I are moms. I'm a grandmom. And this legislation would require a DNA test for adults and children to determine the familial relationship between an alien and an accompanying minor. This is important to do. During the Trump era, we did DNA testing at the southern border. Not a difficult task. It's a 45-minute test. And this will save a child's life, because we found that fully a third of those children were being trafficked. We also have learned from Border Patrol that many times a child will present with an adult, they get across the border, and then the child is cut loose. And on the child's arm, and phone number, who to call to send the child back across the border. Border Patrol tells us some of these children have been, they have been recycled 8 or 9 times. There is a way we could end that. The Prince Act would also help us to end this recycling by fingerprinting non-citizens under the age of 14. Now, there is another issue that I have been working on for about a year, and it is to find out what has happened with the unaccompanied alien children that have been released to sponsors who have not been properly vetted. Right now, we have 85,000 children that we do not know where they are, if they're dead or alive, if they're trafficked or not. My amendment 1537 would have addressed this issue and required HHS to report back to us. We should all agree that these unaccompanied alien children should be protected. They ought not to be being sex trafficked. They ought not to be in labor gangs and crews. They ought not to be unprotected. And Madam President, we found out about this through a reporter that was working in a meat processing facility. And there were children there that were illegally in the country, brought across. They had been turned over to a sponsor by our Office of Refugee Resettlement, which is a part of Health and Human Services, and they were in a labor gang. We can't get an answer from HHS about this. So that amendment plus 1538, which would require in-person home visits so we can find out where these children are, those should be things that we agree with, And that ought not to be a partisan issue. That should be something that is a part of a Homeland Security bill. Now, 1533 would require any funding to the UN to be contingent on the organization placing Hamas, Hezbollah, and other foreign and Iranian proxies and groups designated as foreign terrorist organizations on the UN Security Council consolidated list. Terrorist organizations ought not to get the money that is coming from U.S. taxpayers. So it is, there are so many concerns about this process, about this legislation, and the fact that we would rush to pass this so we can go have a good shaken howdy in Munich, I think is so disrespectful of the American taxpayer. It's disrespectful of Tennesseans. We should have taken up H.R. 2. We should have amended and debated that. And we're here when we have a week where we would be working in our states, and we know that this legislation that is in such a rush to be passed for the celebratory moments is dead on arrival in the House. Madam President, I reserve the balance of my time. We've got enemies that expect us at this point in time, because of this president and his administration, to be weak and to give them running room. They like that. They think that's a good thing. And they think that because this president is weak when it comes to our southern border, that they can push people into our country. From October to the end of the year, 24,000 Chinese, I think it was, Mr. President, that came in through our borders. You're talking about people from, according to the Border Patrol, 170 different countries that were coming across our border. And we know that these 8.8 million illegal immigrants that have entered this country under President Joe Biden's watch are not all individuals that are coming here for a better life. We know some of them are coming here to do us harm. Indeed, the FBI director in December, when he was before our committee, Mr. President, he responded to Senator Graham's question about what he saw with the terrorist threat. And indeed, in paraphrasing his comments, he talked about how he had never seen such broad-based threats, and that everywhere he looked, he saw red lights flashing. The world's a dangerous place. And Mr. President, it's coming to our border. Now, there are some things that we had wanted to get done in this bill that are not going to be done. And I will note for my colleagues that H.R. 2, which I know my Democratic colleagues do not like that bill. I know that. I understand that. We have a difference of opinion on that. But H.R. 2 is the House border security bill. Border security. What people are demanding that we do, secure our southern border. Now, that landed on our desk at Senate Judiciary Committee, and of course, Homeland Security has part of that, and HHS has part of that. The Senate Help Committee, but it landed on May 15th. Now, Mr. President, we've had over 80 meetings of the Senate Judiciary Committee since that bill landed. Not once have we even looked at taking it up, amending it, letting regular order take place, letting people amend that bill and make it a work product of the committee. That is not what has happened, but it is what should have happened, allowing regular order to take place and people to be able to weigh in and speak on this bill. But there was a decision not to move forward with that. Instead, it was pushed to the side and a special committee put in place, and they were tasked with solving what was going to be a border and national security bill. Interestingly enough, and I know that they all worked hard, and I know Senator Langford put his best efforts into that. But you know, Mr. President, I think there's a lot to be said for going by regular order, letting the committees take up a piece of legislation, letting the committees do their work on that piece of legislation. But that did not happen. But when I talk to Tennesseans, they are terribly concerned about what is happening with the open border because they see the impacts in their communities every single day, and the impacts are undeniable. When you look at the tens of thousands of U.S. citizens that lose their lives every year to fentanyl poisoning, and right now, Mr. President, the number one killer of U.S. citizens in the 18 to 45-year-old age bracket is fentanyl. We know the Chinese are working hand in glove with the Mexican cartels, especially the Sinaloa cartel, that is right there on the Mexico side across from that Arizona border. They are working overtime. They're pressing those pills, and then they're pushing them across the border. That is what they think is going to help them attack us and harm our citizens. The drug trafficking, the human trafficking, the sex trafficking that is taking place every single day. Local law enforcement, I visit with each of our 95 Tennessee counties every single year. And to a county, law enforcement tells me they can't deal with the drugs and the human trafficking and the gangs and the crime until we secure the southern border. They're trying, but it continues to grow every single day. Now, another thing that concerns everyone, and this ties us back to the FBI's comments about seeing flashing red lights, and that is the number of people who are special interest aliens that are coming from countries like Iran and Afghanistan and Syria, and they're flooding into our country. As I said, people from 170 countries is what the Border Patrol tells us came across our border last year. Think about that. These are people who are making a choice to come across our southern border, paying a cartel to come across that border instead of legally coming into this country. That is a choice that they are making. Now, also, the terrorist watch list, in addition to those hundreds that are coming from special interest countries, you've got 49 terrorist watch list individuals that have been apprehended at the border since the start of fiscal year 2024. So we know that this danger is there. We know these individuals are coming into our country, and we know that our law enforcement professionals are telling us, it's not a question of if we have another terrorist attack on U.S. soil. It is a question of when. Now, I had several amendments that I had proposed. Number 1540 would limit the number of aliens who can be paroled into the U.S. every year. Because if you look at the numbers from previous administrations, Democrat and Republican, you see that many multiples of those numbers are what the Biden administration is waving right on into the country. I also had an amendment, number 1534, that would prohibit any of our taxpayer dollars going into Gaza until all the hostages have been released. There again, our citizens do not want their tax dollars going into Gaza being scooped up by Hamas through UNRWA and that being pushed forward. Now, My amendment 1535 would accelerate deportations for illegal aliens who physically assault first responders. Indeed, we have seen more of that than we would like to see in this country. So they should be immediately deporting. I also have 1547, which would prohibit the president and his administration from selling or removing any of the existing border wall or the components that are out there for the border wall. Mr. President, it was distressing to us to hear that the president was choosing to sell off the border wall when Border Patrol tells us they need a physical barrier, they need better technology where they cannot have a physical barrier, and then they need more officers and agents. Giving them that physical barrier should be something that we agree to do. Number 1548 would put back in place the President Trump era migrant protection protocol. Stay in that safe third country. Execute your claim for asylum there. That is something that would be an assistance to our Border Patrol. Now, my amendment number 1539 should be something that we would all agree on. And Madam President, this would allow the border states to place temporary barriers on federal land to protect their communities. Now, for those of us that have been to the border many times, we have walked along this border and we've met with ranchers and we've met with farmers and we've met with property owners who say, you know, we're losing the right to private property. They can show you pictures of dead bodies they have found on their ranches. They can show you pictures of fields of melons and tomatoes and produce that have been literally trampled by people that are coming across. So allowing them the right to protect that property. Everybody should agree someone has the right to protect their property. A homeowner backing up to the border there in Arizona need not worry that they're going to walk out their back door and find illegal aliens napping in the backyard or taking a dip in a swimming pool or leaving clothes and water bottles strewn right around their back porch. Now, one that I have worked on for quite a while, number 1536, is the End Child Exploitation Act. What this would do is end that horrible practice of child recycling. Now, Madam President, you and I are moms. I'm a grandmom. And this legislation would require a DNA test for adults and children to determine the familial relationship between an alien and an accompanying minor. This is important to do. During the Trump era, we did DNA testing at the southern border. Not a difficult task. It's a 45-minute test. And this will save a child's life because we found that fully a third of those children were being trafficked. We also have learned from Border Patrol that many times a child will present with an adult, they get across the border, and then the child is cut loose. And on the child's arm, and phone number, who to call to send the child back across the border. Border Patrol tells us some of these children have been, they have been recycled 8 or 9 times. There is a way we could end that. The Prince Act would also help us to end this recycling by fingerprinting non-citizens under the age of 14. Now, there is another issue that I have been working on for about a year, and it is to find out what has happened with the unaccompanied alien children that have been released to sponsors who have not been properly vetted. Right now, we have 85,000 children that we do not know where they are, if they're dead or alive, if they're trafficked or not. My amendment 1537 would have addressed this issue and required HHS to report back to us. We should all agree that these unaccompanied alien children should be protected. They ought not to be being sex trafficked. They ought not to be in labor gangs and crews. They ought not to be unprotected. And Madam President, we found out about this through a reporter that was working in a meat processing facility, and there were children there that were illegally in the country, brought across. They had been turned over to a sponsor by our Office of Refugee Resettlement, which is a part of Health and Human Services, and they were in a labor gang. We can't get an answer from HHS about this. So that amendment plus 1538, which would require in-person home visits so we can find out where these children are, those should be things that we agree with, and that ought not to be a partisan issue. That should be something that is a part of a Homeland Security bill. Now, 1533 would require any funding to the UN to be contingent on the organization placing Hamas, Hezbollah, and other foreign and Iranian proxies and groups designated as foreign terrorist organizations on the UN Security Council consolidated list. Terrorist organizations ought not to get the money that is coming from U.S. taxpayers. So it is, there are so many concerns about this process, about this legislation, and the fact that we would rush to pass this so we can go have a good shaken howdy in Munich, I think is so disrespectful of the American taxpayer. It's disrespectful of Tennesseans. We should have taken up H.R. 2. We should have amended and debated that. And we're here when we have a week where we would be working in our states, and we know that this legislation that is in such a rush to be passed for the celebratory moments is dead on arrival in the House. Late last month, the Senate Judiciary Committee held a hearing with the CEOs of 5 big tech companies: Meta, TikTok, X, Snap, and Discord. We did it for a simple reason. Big tech needs to be held accountable for putting profit over children's safety. When our children are online on these platforms, they are the product. With addictive algorithms, infinite scroll, endless push notifications, social media sites are keeping teenagers on their platforms for an average of 8.5 hours a day. It is a disaster for the mental health of young Americans. But the more time minors spend on these platforms, the more data big tech can collect, allowing them to rake in billions of dollars in revenue. Discord's 2022 revenue, the latest available, was $445 million. X, their revenue for 2023, is estimated to be $3.4 billion. Snap, their 2023 revenue, $4.6 billion. 2023 revenue for ByteDance, TikTok's Chinese Communist Party affiliated owner, $110 billion. And Meta's 2023 revenue was $134.9 billion. At the same time, big tech companies have turned a blind eye to how their platforms are exposing minors to harmful content, drug dealers, and predators. But when provided the opportunity to explain themselves, the CEOs continue to make excuses for their platform's failure to protect our children online on their platforms. During this hearing, Meta's Mark Zuckerberg said he would absolutely work with lawmakers to address these problems. But for years, Meta and other big tech platforms have funded an army of lawyers and lobbyists who have fought us on this issue every single day in every single possible way. Many of these groups argue that the free market can solve this problem. But even though the free market is an incredible force for good, it can't stop Meta from putting a teenage lifetime value of $270 per teenager who is on their site during their teenage years. Still, Zuckerberg claimed that Meta is, and I'm quoting, on the side of parents everywhere working hard to raise their kids, end quote. And he wants, and I quote again, everyone who uses their services to have safe and positive experiences, end quote. Yet, when questioned about this issue, and it is a vast pedophile network, that's not how I termed it. It's how the Wall Street Journal termed it in a report. So I questioned him about how this vast pedophile network was allowed to grow on Instagram, including content showing teenagers for sale to older men. The tech CEO was unable to explain how this content does not violate Meta's terms of service and their community standards. Now, Madam President, we would think that building out what the Wall Street Journal called a vast pedophile network and having postings showing teenagers for sale to older men would indeed violate community standards or terms of service. But he could not answer that question. Instead, he insisted that his company is not perfect, his choice of words. I got to tell you, that is a huge understatement. Just last month, newly released internal documents revealed that Meta executives refused to take action after learning that their algorithms connected children with potential child predators. According to the documents, which were revealed through a lawsuit brought by the New Mexico Attorney General against Meta, Meta executives refused to act even though they knew about this and knew that 100,000 minors were receiving sexually abusive content from adults on their platform every single day. Think about those numbers. And last week, the Wall Street Journal reported that last year, Meta employees warned executives that Facebook and Instagram's paid subscription service enabled child exploitation by likely pedophiles. But the company pushed ahead with this feature anyway, even though they knew it was endangering children. These are stunning revelations. They corroborate the testimony from Facebook whistleblower Arturo Bejar, who testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee last November. Bejar is a former engineering director at Facebook. He told us that Meta executives knew that millions of teens face bullying, eating disorder content, solicitation of lethal drugs, and sexual exploitation on their platforms while they are using those platforms. But rather than raise the alarm that their platforms were endangering children, company executives withheld this damaging information from congressional oversight, rolled back safety tools, and dismantled teams responsible for children's safety. In other words, they chose to make the problem worse instead of fixing it. Why did they do that? Because when our children are on their platforms, our children are the product. They're the product. They mean money. Remember that $270 per teen amount that they subscribe? That's the value. So to parents, think about this. Next time your child is on Instagram, Meta sees them as a $270 profit. They put the profit before the kids. Now, unfortunately, this isn't just limited to Facebook and Meta. Across the board, we've seen social media platforms, including Snapchat and the Chinese-owned TikTok, become open drug markets where dealers connect with children and sell illicit drugs, including fentanyl. We've heard from countless families from across the country who have seen their children die from suicide after facing relentless bullying on social media, and we've seen digital platforms become havens for sex traffickers and child predators who use social media to prey on the most vulnerable among us. For years, big tech companies have made empty promises about how they will address the rampant abuse, the malicious content, criminal activity on their platforms. But you know what? Nothing has changed. Big tech has proven they can't police themselves. They won't act, so it's imperative that Congress step in. Over the last 3 years, Senator Blumenthal and I have crafted the bipartisan Kids Online Safety Act, which would provide parents and children with the tools, safeguards, and transparency they need to protect against these online harms. This legislation, which has reached a total of 64 co-sponsors, includes crucial provisions to hold big tech companies accountable, mandatory audits to ensure that platforms are mitigating harms to children, new tools for parents to identify harmful behavior and report abuse directly to these social media platforms, new controls for families to support their children, including to opt out of algorithmic recommendations. Perhaps most importantly, the legislation would create a duty of care for online platforms to prevent and mitigate specific dangers to minors, including the promotion of suicide, eating disorders, substance abuse, and sexual exploitation. Without real and enforceable reforms, social media companies will only continue to pay lip service to the issue of protecting children while continuing to put profits above their safety. Yes, they need that $270 per kid. That's what our children are worth to them. Madam President, now is the time to bring about some real change. Now is the time, it is past time, to hold big tech accountable. We have to make certain, we have to ensure our children can be free to be children again. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
We are not.
Thank you, Madam President. Earlier this month, House Republicans impeached Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas because the Homeland Security Secretary refuses to carry out his constitutional duty of securing the homeland. More than 9 million illegal immigrants, including 1.7 known gotaways, have entered our country under the Biden administration. Now, this number is larger than the population of 39 states. At the same time, hundreds of individuals on the terrorist watch list have been caught on the southern border, including 58 since the start of fiscal year 2024. Just in January, there were more than 176,000 illegal crossings along the southern border. Now, this is the worst January on record. Yet, under Secretary Mayorkas and President Biden, Immigration and Customs Enforcement deported just 142,000 people in all of 2023. That is less than 5% of illegal crossing. There is no doubt that this administration has abused both our asylum and our parole systems. But unlike asylum, which is, you've got parole, which is granted by DHS for different reasons. And President Biden has abused his parole authority to usher in millions of migrants who are unknown to us and who receive both public benefits and work authorizations. One thing is clear. The parole system is just another way for the Biden administration to circumvent congressional authority and make illegal immigrants legal. Over the course of 4 presidents, go back and look at the years from 1983 to 2003, the average yearly total for all paroles was no more than 150,000. And on average, the Obama and Trump administrations parole just 5,600 migrants per year. There's a contrast here. In 2022, Joe Biden paroled nearly 800,000 migrants into the country. And in fiscal year 2023, the Biden administration paroled approximately 1.2 million migrants. That is more than 200 times the number that President Obama and President Trump paroled into this country. This administration is abusing the parole system and that authority. This administration's open border agenda is already having tragic consequences. Last week, an illegal immigrant in Georgia was arrested for allegedly murdering Laken Riley, a 22-year-old nursing student, while she went for a jog on the University of Georgia campus. The suspect should never have been allowed to set foot in America, yet the Biden administration paroled him. They paroled him into this country after he illegally crossed our border in 2022. There is no doubt that Secretary Mayorkas has breached the public trust by making illegal immigration legal. But according to recent reports, Majority Leader Schumer is looking for any way he can to prevent a Senate trial when the House transmits the articles of impeachment on Secretary Mayorkas to this chamber. By tabling the articles of impeachment, Democrats would be abandoning our core constitutional duty to hold an impeachment trial. The American people suffer through this administration's border crisis every single day, and they deserve an open debate about whether Secretary Mayorkas, who has done so much to cause this national security and humanitarian catastrophe, is fit to hold a public office. Based on everything we have seen over the last 3 years, Secretary Mayorkas is not fit for office. And if this chamber upholds its constitutional duty, I will vote to convict him.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate my colleagues and their comments, and I know that Senator Hyde-Smith is also going to speak on this issue. And as we have heard, the President later today is going to talk about his record, and he's going to try to sell that record to the American people. And as we've heard, many of his policies are failures. This record is a broken record. And much of it, just as my colleague from Texas was saying, is a record that has failed the people of our states. Now, for 3 years, the American people have truly suffered immensely during this record of failure and broken promises. And some of the actions that President Biden has taken beginning on day one, as he issued executive order after executive order. Now let's talk about day one as we set the framework for what he will talk about tonight as his 3-year record. On day one, President Biden took actions pertaining to the border and illegal immigration. And here is what he did. He paused deportations, paused them. That means he put up a halt sign and said, you cannot deport people that have illegally entered the country. He limited which illegal aliens could be arrested. Now that was an action that he took. He said, well, you can't go arrest certain groups of illegal aliens, even though they've broken the law, coming into this country. So he put those protections in place for people that had broken the law entering the country illegally. He halted construction of the border wall, and he ended the Remain in Mexico policy. Pardon me. Now, during his first 100 days, he took a total of 94 executive actions that made the border less secure and weakened legal immigration and encouraged illegal immigration and tried to make illegal immigration legal. Because of that, since he took the oath of office, 9 million illegal immigrants have entered this country. That is more than the population of 38 states. These are the actions that he has taken. In addition to the 9 million illegal immigrants, you've got known and unknown gotaways. The unknown gotaways are untold numbers of drug traffickers, human traffickers, smugglers. That is what is coming into our country because of this porous border. In addition, tens of thousands of people from countries of interest. In addition, terrorists that have been apprehended at our southern border trying to enter illegally. Those are the ones that we know about. Americans are indeed, Tennesseans certainly are, enduring the consequences of this open border agenda. And over the past few weeks, we've seen countless illegal aliens who should have never been allowed to set foot in this country be arrested for sexual assault, rape, and murder. One of the victims, Laken Riley, a 22-year-old nursing student in Georgia, was allegedly killed by an illegal immigrant who was paroled into this country by the Biden administration. Now, paroling someone into the country grants special privileges. They can get a work permit. They can get benefits. And if you look at President Obama's record, he paroled about 5,600 people a year into the country. Same for President Trump. But President Biden has gone more than 200 times this every year. 2022, he paroled 800,000 people into the country. 2023, 1.2 million people. And one of these parolees is the alleged killer of Laken Riley. There are others that have committed rape against children, that have bludgeoned our citizens. President Biden's policies are directly responsible for these crimes. Now, there is also a bucket of economic failures that I want to touch on. We all know that when President Biden came into office, inflation was 1.4%. And since then, we have seen inflation skyrocket. We've seen federal spending skyrocket. We know that trillions of dollars have been added to the debt. Much of this comes because of his agenda, a lot of it his attack on energy and his push for the Green New Deal. Now, President Biden had claimed that his agenda would, and I'm going to quote him, that it would grow the economy from the middle out and the bottom up. Instead, what it has done is to cause the worst inflation in 4 decades. Since Inauguration Day for Joe Biden, prices have been on the uptick. And when you talk to Tennesseans, they can tell you how much the cost of food is up. It's up at least about 20%. Rent, housing is up over 20%. And then you look at the cost of energy, whether you're filling up the tank or whether you're paying the electric bill or the gas bill for heating and cooling of the house. That is what this economy has done. And you know, Mr. President, as we look at the issues, we know that the economy, we know that this has such a negative impact on the amount of money that people have in their pocket each month. Because in Tennessee, this means that in 2023 alone, that an average family had to spend over $10,000 more just to tread water, just to stay even. So as we look at this, as we know the president is going to stand and insist that the state of the nation is strong, we know that there are going to be millions of Americans that say, no, it is frayed, it is fractious, it is hurting. People are broke. Our border is broken. Crime is up in our communities, and all of this is directly related to the policies of President Biden and his agenda. Last month, an illegal alien from Venezuela was arrested for allegedly murdering Laken Riley, a 22-year-old nursing student, while she went for a run on the University of Georgia campus. The suspected murderer, 26-year-old Jose Ibarra, should have never been allowed to set foot in our country. But the Biden administration paroled him into America after he illegally crossed the southern border, along with more than 2 million other migrants who are now eligible for work authorizations and benefits from the federal government. And Madam President, that's the difference. When someone gets paroled, they get benefits, they get work permits. And while President Obama and President Trump each paroled only about 5,600 people a year, President Biden paroled 800,000 in 2022 and 1.2 million in 2023. Now, when you look at this, what you can say is that this administration failed Laken Riley. They failed her more than once. And also, when you look at sanctuary city policies, what you know is this, that New York City, with their sanctuary city policies, failed Laken Riley. Athens, Georgia, another sanctuary city, failed Laken Riley. Last year in New York City, Ibarra was arrested for reckless endangerment of a child. But instead of working with federal law enforcement to get him deported for his heinous crime, city officials there in New York City released him before Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, could request his custody. Now, a month later, police in Athens, Georgia, whose city government passed a resolution in 2019 welcoming illegal immigrants of all statuses, released Ibarra after he shoplifted hundreds of dollars in goods. It is no coincidence that both New York City and Athens, Georgia are sanctuary cities. In sanctuary cities across the country, we have seen illegal aliens commit crimes with impunity as local governments refuse to work with law enforcement to deport criminal illegal aliens. Just last month, the New York Post reported that the violent Venezuela gang is directing members to come to our southern border, apply for asylum, and once waved into the country, establish robbery rings in major U.S. cities. I couldn't believe this. And then, as I talked to law enforcement in Tennessee, I found out that those gangs are there. They are moving in. And I was so surprised that we had gangs in addition to MS-13 that have come in on parole status and also as asylum seekers. Now, gang members are recruiting migrants in New York City shelters to join their operations, in which they steal phones from innocent bystanders so they can resell those phones in Colombia. In Chicago, another sanctuary city, authorities are tracking the gang's growing crime network, which includes human trafficking, drug smuggling, and sexual exploitation. No city in America should be allowed to make illegal immigration legal and harbor criminal illegal aliens. They ought not to be able to do it. It makes our communities less safe. That's why earlier this month, I reintroduced the Clear Law Enforcement for Criminal Alien Removal, or the CLEAR Act, which would ensure state and local law enforcement officials that they can work with federal law enforcement to deport criminal illegal aliens that are in their communities. Under the provisions in this legislation, it would require states and localities to provide the Department of Homeland Security with information about every alien apprehended in their state, including the name, address, physical description, and the reason for their arrest. At the same time, The bill would ensure their compliance by denying federal funds to any jurisdiction that refuses to work with federal immigration law enforcement. It would also require the Department of Homeland Security to take illegal aliens into custody within 48 hours after receiving a request from a state and local government, provide essential information about illegal immigrants to the Justice Department, and supply resources to help localities enforce immigration law, including grants and increased space for detention facilities. See, Madam President, what has happened with all of this? When you've got entities that say, we're just not going to enforce the law, we're going to do something different, and we're going to ignore immigration law. What happens is every town becomes a border town. Every state becomes a border state. And this is one of the reasons that crime and the border are two of the top issues that people talk about. Any person who is in this country illegally and committing a crime that endangers our communities should be immediately removed and barred from coming back. Unfortunately, our nation's crime issues go beyond the criminal illegal aliens. Across the country, from New York and Washington to LA and Chicago, we have seen far-left DAs and soft-on-crime judges push radical bail policies, including easing cash bail requirements or prohibiting cash bail altogether. Far from improving public safety, these so-called bail reforms put criminals back on the streets and place law-abiding citizens in danger. After the Shelby County District Attorney's Office spearheaded bail reform and made it easier for criminals to avoid pretrial detention, homicides in Memphis last year reached a record-breaking number: 398 homicides in Memphis, Tennessee. Many of these were committed by criminals that were out on bail. Just last month, a violent criminal who was out on bail for attempted murder set off a citywide manhunt after going on a horrific rampage through the city of Memphis. Across his 5-hour-long crime spree, the offender carjacked a woman in a church parking lot, shot 2 people after breaking into a hair salon, and killed an innocent teenager outside of a strip mall. In May, a repeat criminal posted bail after shooting and injuring an off-duty Memphis Police Department officer while attempting to break into a parked vehicle. 1 month later, a gunman, while out on bail for carjacking and employing a firearm with intent to commit a dangerous felony, shot and killed a man during an attempted carjacking. In November, a Memphis judge released the suspected murderer of a 15-year-old boy who was shot and killed outside his grandmother's house on Thanksgiving morning. And just this month, a Memphis judge set just a $175,000 bond for a man charged with attempted first-degree murder against a police officer. These tragedies should never happen to anyone, but far-left bail policies continue to prioritize criminals over law enforcement, families, and hard-working taxpayers. I can tell you Tennesseans are tired of this. They are tired of seeing criminals being prioritized over hardworking taxpayers and families. While addressing crime is the primary responsibility of local governments, there are important steps the federal government can take to ensure public safety. That's why I'm introducing the Keep Violent Criminals Off Our Streets Act. It would deter states and localities from pushing pro-crime policies that make cities like Memphis less safe. This legislation would block any state or local government from receiving federal funds if they have a policy that prohibits the use of cash bail for offenders. It would also block federal funds if they refuse to employ pretrial detention practices for every violent offender, including juvenile offenders. With crime spiking in Memphis and other cities across the country, it is essential that local governments protect their residents and put violent criminals behind bars where they belong. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum. President, you know, we gathered just a couple of hours ago to receive the impeachment articles on Alejandro Mayorkas, who is the Secretary of Homeland Security. And how interesting that as we look at going through this impeachment, we have Senator Schumer, who's the majority leader, who has decided he wants to change his tune when it comes to dealing with impeachment. Now, in 2019, right before the Democrats started in on President Trump and an impeachment trial for President Trump, Leader Schumer stood right here in this chamber and he said, "We have a responsibility to let all the facts come out. We have to remember our constitutional duty to act as judges and jurors in a potential trial." Now, those are his comments at that point in time. He was all for an impeachment trial, and it is our constitutional duty. You can look at Article 1, Sections 2 and Section 3. Section 2 lays out the responsibility of the House in impeachment. Section 3 pertains to the Senate and how we are to proceed with the trial of impeachment. But as I said, Leader Schumer has decided that he wants to change his tune, and all of a sudden he is not wanting this, even though we actually have a public office holder who deserves to stand for impeachment trial, and that is Secretary Mayorkas. And now that it is the shoes on the other foot, if you will, and now that it is about a Democrat, then Leader Schumer wants to change the rules and say, no, he's even willing to take unprecedented actions that this chamber has never taken when it comes to the issue of impeachment. And I believe this should incense every single American. I know it incenses the people of Tennessee, because what we have learned in the last 3 years about Secretary Mayorkas, even though his title is the Secretary of Homeland Security, he does not believe in securing the homeland, and he has refused to fulfill his duty of securing the homeland. Now, I know that Secretary Mayorkas is doing the bidding of Joe Biden and the Biden administration. He's just doing what they tell him he's got to do. That, in and of itself, tells you a lot about what this administration thinks about the security and sovereignty of this country, and here is why. On the Biden-Mayorkas watch, you have more than 9.4 million illegal aliens coming into this country. That is in less than 3 years. 9.4 million. Now, we know that there's between 1.7 and 2.5 million gotaways. Some of those gotaways are included in that 9.4 million number. Others are not, because they didn't see them as they were coming through and couldn't get to them, Mr. President. They found things they left on the roadside or in the woods, in the brush later on. Out of this 10 million or so that have illegally come in the country, and by the way, just to help everyone have the right context, that number of 10 million, that is greater than the population of 38 of our states. 38. That's how many people are coming in who are illegally entering the country. Now, out of this number, you've got thousands that are from countries of interest. That would be places like Pakistan, Uzbekistan, Iraq, Iran. And look at China. Look at what is happening there. You also have 300 known terrorists. As we heard in the impeachment articles today, under President Trump, you had no more than a dozen total over 4 years that were coming in the country. What do you have under Joe Biden? You've got over 300 suspected terrorists. Even last week, we had an issue where DOJ and DHS and FBI and the other agencies were admitting they had lost track of a terrorist from Afghanistan, and he was free roaming the country for a year. Now, in addition to the terrorists and the people from countries of interest, fentanyl is coming across our borders. It is being smuggled in by the cartels. Fentanyl is the leading cause of death of Americans ages 18 to 45. Fentanyl, a drug that China has the precursor chemicals, and they are manufacturing this in labs that they have set up with, oh, by the way, the cartels in Mexico. And the cartels are the distribution hub for fentanyl. I talk to parents regularly who have a child who has lost a life or become addicted because of fentanyl. And in addition to all the fentanyl, then you have the human trafficking. What is really so sad to me when you look at human trafficking, and for the cartels, human trafficking is a business, and it has grown from a business that was $500 million a year in this country in 2018, and today it is a $13 billion a year business. And if you don't think the cartels are big business, if you don't think they're global entities, look at this. Globally, human trafficking is a $150 billion a year business. Where do these people want to come? Right here. They want to come into our country. Now, on top of this, there are more than 400,000 migrant children, many of them who have been recycled and abused by the cartels. And yes, indeed, the cartels are so into this human trafficking now that they've devised a scheme. It is child abuse. They take a little child, they write their name and the phone number to contact on that child's back. They put that child with a cartel member they're trying to get into the country. They pose as a family for the purpose of claiming asylum. And then, once the cartel member is across the border, what does he do? He lets the child go. Lets the child go. And the child is sent back to Mexico. So we add to all of these issues with the terrorists, with the people from countries of interest, with the drugs, with the human trafficking, with the sex trafficking. You look at what is happening to these children. And tens of thousands of these 400,000 children have been forced into really horrific, exploitative situations, including child labor and sex trafficking. And across the country, you have dangerous, illegal alien criminals. They're called criminal aliens, who should never have been able to come into this country in the first place. They have harmed, they have murdered innocent Americans. So, all of these reasons add to why we should move forward with this impeachment. And on top of it, you add that Secretary Mayorkas has repeatedly lied to Congress about our border being secure. And he likes to say he's done everything to prevent this, but we know he's done everything to allow it and to allow the flow to continue. Last year, DHS, his agency, deported less than 5% of all migrant encounters at the border. And in 2022, only 10% of all criminal illegal aliens in the U.S. were arrested. While a border wall would do so much to help end the border crisis, Secretary Mayorkas stated, from day one, this administration has made clear that a border wall is not the answer. His words. From day one, they've made clear that a wall's not the answer. Well, let me tell you something. Walls work. Walls work. Throughout history, walls have worked. The evidence is overwhelming. Secretary Mayorkas has refused to uphold his constitutional duty of securing the homeland, and the American people are suffering the consequences. 5 years ago, Leader Schumer was all too happy to lead a partisan, baseless impeachment trial against President Trump. Yet today, when faced with a secretary who is unfit for office, Leader Schumer is trying to prevent a Senate trial and dismiss the House's articles of impeachment. Never before has the Senate dismissed impeachment charges without holding a trial. When I talk to Tennesseans, they talk about their frustration with Washington, D.C., and their frustration with two tiers of justice. It seems there's a tier for the Democrats and the elites and illegals, and another for Republicans and President Trump and people who are conservative. It's important that Secretary Mayorkas be held to account. For 3 years, he has done President Biden's bidding by opening the border to millions of illegal aliens. And if this chamber upholds its constitutional duty to hold a trial, I will vote to convict Secretary Mayorkas and remove him from office. Now, while the Biden administration is working to make illegal immigration legal, border states such as Texas are stepping up to do what this administration will not do, and that is to secure the border. Over recess, I spent time in El Paso, Texas, to see firsthand how Governor Abbott and authorities in the Lone Star State are working to keep communities safe. Now, it is a part of the efforts in Texas to deter illegal immigration. And Texas is taking this seriously to make certain that they secure property there along the Rio Grande. What they have done is to place buoys in the river, shipping containers on the embankment, and razor wire behind that, and fences behind that. They've done this along the Rio Grande there at El Paso to prevent illegal aliens from coming in through El Paso. Texas has bolstered its barriers And what you're seeing now is that the illegal aliens are traveling further to the west. They're going to New Mexico, they're going to Arizona, they're going to California. Why? Because they're looking for somewhere easier that they can get into the country illegally. Bear in mind, the coyotes, they're working hard for all of these groups and for the cartels, and nobody enters without paying a coyote. Now, when you look at what Texas is doing, taking this into their own hands, and you've got the state, you've got local counties, they're spending billions at the state level and millions in these counties, and as a result, illegal immigration in Texas dropped by 54% between December and January. And in the Del Rio sector, which includes Eagle Pass, illegal entries fell by 76%. Mr. President, this shows you border walls work. The Border Patrol has been telling us for decades we need a barrier, we need better technology where we cannot have a barrier, and we need more officers and agents. So while the Biden administration pretends otherwise, knowing that walls work should not be a surprise. Border walls from ancient Athens to the Great Wall of China. They've protected cities, they've protected nations for thousands of years. Border barriers are used on nearly every continent on earth to protect countries from illegal entry, from drug smuggling, and from terrorism. But instead of supporting Texas and its successful efforts to deter illegal immigration, this administration and this Secretary of Homeland Security, they think it's a good thing to go sue Texas and try to make them remove their border barriers. While Texas has accomplished a lot in securing their border, protecting families, and saving American lives, President Biden's attack on our border security has placed a tremendous burden on our border states and communities, and indeed, every town has turned into a border town. Every state, a border state, all across this country, because of what is happening with drug trafficking, with human trafficking, with sex trafficking, with crime in communities. While I was in Eagle Pass, I sat down with some ranchers and farmers who have had their property destroyed, stolen, broken into by illegal aliens crossing into our country from Mexico. In one instance, 2 migrants broke into a rancher's home while his 16-year-old daughter was studying at home alone. Texas law enforcement also warned about the ways cartels are using new technology to aid their smuggling operations, including by using Chinese-owned TikTok to recruit Americans into their human trafficking rings. At the same time, cartels are flying drones into the U.S. to scope out the location of border agents and redirect their smuggling routes. More than anything else, authorities in Texas told me that they need more border wall construction, better technology, and more agents. So if Secretary Mayorkas and President Biden refuse to help them, Congress has to step in. That's why I introduced legislation called the Container Act, which would empower border states such as Texas to place temporary barriers on federal land to protect their communities. No state or locality should face lawsuits from the federal government for trying to secure our border and to protect the sovereignty of the United States of America. I also introduced the CLEAR Act, which would reaffirm the authority of state and local governments to enforce federal immigration laws by apprehending, detaining, and then transferring illegal aliens to federal custody. Among its important measures, this legislation would require the Department of Homeland Security to provide grants to state and local governments to help them enforce immigration law and construct detention facilities. It would also require DHS to take illegal aliens into custody within 48 hours after receiving a request from a state or locality and provide the Justice Department with essential information about illegal aliens who have overstayed their period of stay in this country. After my visit to Eagle Pass, I know these pieces of legislation would do so much to support our border security along these border states, and I am hopeful that this president and his Department of Homeland Security will have a change of heart and will move forward with securing our southern border, just as this chamber should move forward with an impeachment trial on Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas.
Colleague, the senior senator from the state of Tennessee, I'd love to get her thoughts on what happened today.
Thank you so much to the senator from Utah for organizing this. You know, Madam President, I think it is so important for the American people to really understand what did happen here today. And what we saw happen here today is a violation of our oath, the oath that we take, that we are going to abide by the Constitution. Now, those who are watching this, and I would encourage all of my colleagues among us to pull out that Constitution and read Article 1, Section 2, which lays out the process of impeachment for the House of Representatives. And then Section 3 of that Constitution lays out the duty of the Senate in that Constitution. Now, I have a poster up here from 2019. It is Chuck Schumer. This was during the Trump impeachment in 2019. Now, Chuck Schumer, who's currently the majority leader, basically made a full-time job of talking about how the Senate had to do their constitutional duty to hold a trial. That's all he talked about for days. The clips are all over the internet. One thing he repeatedly said, we have a responsibility to let the facts come out. A responsibility. Now, we have to say what has changed between 2019, 2020, and today. Well, of course, we know what changed for Chuck Schumer because he's desperate to hold on to the majority in this House. And he did not want some of the senators who are highly contested in their races to have to take a vote on the Mayorkas impeachment. Why is that, Madam President? It is because the number one issue with the American people is that open southern border. And who is it that has regularly lied to this chamber, to the House, and to the American people about what's going on at the southern border? It is Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Repeatedly lied, repeatedly stood before the American people, stood before us in hearings and committees and said, the border is secure. Anyone who is watching, anyone who's ever been to that border, knows the border is not secure. They know that on the Mexico side of that border, it is being run by the cartels. You can spend an hour with the Border Patrol and you will find out. Last year, there were people from 170 different countries that came to that southern border seeking entry. Not a one of them got here on their own. They get flown to Mexico, they pay the cartels, and the cartels bring them over. The cartels are making a fortune. We are paying the price. And we're paying this price because of the dereliction of duty carried out by Secretary Mayorkas. The way he's not standing up for the Border Patrol, the way he's not standing up for the American people, that is an issue. And yes, a responsibility. Did we have that responsibility? You bet we do. And that is why we are here on this floor to talk about this. Because our border, when you look at the drugs, the fentanyl that are coming across that border and moving into communities across this state, this country, every state, a border state, every town, a border town, every single family affected are worried about the consequences of the border. Thousands of Americans dead from fentanyl poisoning. Other Americans that have become angel parents because their children, their spouses have been killed in auto accidents by criminal, illegal aliens. What they have done to this country by opening that border, and you know the sad thing about this? It is very intentional. This is their border policy. They intend to do this. So looking at the drugs, looking at the crime and the gangs, and then, of course, looking at the human trafficking. On Mayorkas' watch, and Madam President, this is something that is so important for the American people to know. In Tennessee, we have several groups that work on human trafficking and seek to rescue women and girls and children that are being trafficked, sexually trafficked. The exploitation of these children. And we know that is driven by the cartels. The cartels have turned human trafficking in this country from a $500 million a year industry. Over the last 3.5 years, it has become a $13 billion with the B. People are being trafficked. Indeed, children are being used as aids for these traffickers. They're being recycled. And these precious children have their name, they have the contact name and the phone number in indelible ink written on their backs, written on their arms, because the cartel uses these children to get cartel members across the border posing as families. And then, once that cartel member is in the U.S., they turn that child loose, and then the child gets sent back. That is disgusting. But because of Biden and Mayorkas and the open border, that is what is happening. Now, even worse, we have an issue that Secretary Mayorkas claims he knew nothing about, and it was the loss of 85,000 migrant children. Now, we've got 400,000 migrant children that have been turned over to the federal government under Secretary Mayorkas. Out of this, 85,000 of those children cannot be accounted for. We've asked Secretary Becerra, we've asked Secretary Mayorkas, where are these children? They do not know. They do not know if these 85,000 children are dead or alive. They do not know if they've been attached to drug mules or drug traffickers, or if they've been put into gangs, labor crews. What we did find out from some reporters, Madam Secretary, is this. We found out that some of these children were working in slaughterhouses in the night, That's what we found out. And oh, by the way, that was from a New York Times reporter. This situation at the southern border is a humanitarian crisis. The trafficking of human beings is a crisis. Using human beings as chattel, that is a crisis. Putting people into indentured servitude and slavery, that is a crisis. And who has lied about this repeatedly to the Senate, to the House, is Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. And who voted for it? Every Democrat on that side of the aisle that refused to let this trial come forward, each and every one. You are responsible for this not coming to light. It is a dereliction of your constitutional duty and a responsibility. Yes, it is a responsibility that we as members have to make certain that the American people know what happened today.
Thank you, Senator Blackburn. Another great mind we've all benefited from in the Senate is our friend and colleague.
Thank you, Madam President. America can only achieve peace through strength. We know that. Yet since his first day in office, President Biden has ignored this time-tested truth, and our service members and allies are suffering the consequences. Last week, militants in Iraq fired 5 rockets toward U.S. forces stationed in northeastern Syria. Less than 24 hours later, U.S. forces in western Iraq were targeted by explosive drones. Thankfully, no service members were injured in these attacks, but it marked the first time American troops were targeted in the region since February. In their attacks earlier this year, Iranian militias injured dozens of U.S. troops and killed 3 brave service members in Jordan. By all appearances, Iran-backed terror groups, including Hezbollah, were behind the latest attacks. Shortly after the attack on U.S. forces in Syria, the group issued a statement claiming that it will resume attacks on American troops, adding that, and I quote them, "What happened a short while ago is the beginning," end quote. This aggression isn't happening by accident. It is a direct result of President Biden's pro-Iran policy of appeasement. For more than 3 years, the Biden administration has rolled back the Trump administration's successful maximum pressure campaign against the Ayatollahs. Instead, President Biden has emboldened the Iranian regime, the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism, which killed more than 600 American troops during the Iraq War. Within weeks of taking office, President Biden announced a return to diplomacy with Iran with the goal of restoring President Obama's failed nuclear deal. Then the administration revoked the foreign terrorist organization designation for the Iran-backed Houthis. Those are the rebels in Yemen. Right before Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, the White House approved a $10 billion nuclear deal between Tehran and Moscow. At the same time, the White House allowed Iran to secretly export oil to communist China, filling the regime's coffers with billions to fund their terror proxies, including Hamas and the Houthis and Hezbollah. And in September 23, the Biden administration engaged in a $6 billion deal with Iran, the largest hostage payment in history. It's quite a record. It's quite a record of appeasing Iran. It's quite a record of pushing forward, making certain there is money into a regime which is the globe's largest state sponsor of terrorism. Now, you would think that after the October 7th attacks, when Iran-funded Hamas terrorists murdered 1,200 Israelis in the deadliest attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust, that the Biden administration would abandon its policy of appeasement. But no, that is not what this administration has done. What they did do is to double down on their policy of appeasement. So, are we to assume that they are okay with all of this? Just 11 days after the attacks, the president let the international embargo on Iran's missile and drone program lapse. 11 days after Iran had moved forward, they trained Hamas, they prepped them, they fund them. Hamas carries out the October 7th attack, and 11 days later, the Biden administration let the international embargo on Iran's missile and drone program lapse. In November, the administration reapproved a sanctions waiver that gives Iran access to around $10 billion in frozen assets. Last month, after Iran directly attacked Israel from its territory for the first time ever, launching more than 300 drones and missiles toward the Jewish state, President Biden told Israel that the United States opposed any counteroffensive to restore deterrence, telling Israel to look at Iran's failed attack as a win. Now, Madam President, can you even imagine what the American people would have thought following 9/11 if countries were telling us, cool it, back off? They didn't take you totally down? Imagine that. Just weeks ago, the Biden administration refused to commit to enforcing sanctions on the $10 billion Iran-Russia nuclear deal. And to top it off, President Biden is now reportedly looking to revive the failed Iran nuclear deal in this latest attempt to appease the Ayatollahs. Madam President, you cannot make this stuff up. You absolutely cannot. When I do visits in each of Tennessee's 95 counties, when I do a telephone town hall, like I did last night with thousands of Tennesseans, people say, what are they thinking? And you know, the sad thing about this is it makes you wonder what they are thinking. It makes you wonder what they're doing to secure this country, to secure our people, to secure the homeland. It makes you wonder, what are they doing intentionally, especially when it comes to that southern border? Thousands of people from countries of interest, about 25,000 Chinese nationals so far this fiscal year coming into our country. And oh, by the way, they're mainly young, single men. What are they doing? Why does this administration not put our nation's safety and security first? Why do they not put the safety and security of our troops who are deployed first? Why do they not have the backbone to stand up to thugs and put an end to this appeasement? I yield the floor. Thank you, Mr. President. Across the country, we are witnessing one of the worst waves of anti-Semitism that we have ever seen in our nation's history. I appreciate that my colleague from Oklahoma spoke previously to this. Now, one of the things that we have learned is a little bit about the leading perpetrators of these protests that are taking place. What we have found is that far left activists, including college students at some of the most prestigious universities, are involved in these activities. We've all seen the pro-Hamas demonstrators that are harassing and intimidating Jewish students. They're blocking them from attending class or even from accessing public spaces. And they're doing this with these protests and with these illegal encampments. Here are some examples of what we have had reported to us and what we have seen from individuals that are walking through these encampments with their cell phones. At Columbia University, activists chanted, "We are Hamas," and "Long live Hamas." At George Washington University, one pro-Hamas demonstrator walked around campus with a sign calling for a final solution against the Jewish people. We've seen activists hand out flyers calling for death to America and death to Israeli real estate. And at schools like Princeton, students have waved the flag of terror groups, including the flag of Hezbollah. One thing should be obvious. The anti-Israel protests on campuses across this country are hotbeds for terrorist sympathizers and for anti-Jewish hatred. Never did I think I would see this in the United States of America. In fact, some of these college groups that are out protesting, including at Columbia, have allegedly held events with the terrorist organization Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. These demonstrations have absolutely no place in America, and Tennesseans are telling me these demonstrations have no place in our great state of Tennessee. But instead of cracking down on these activists and the students who are out there peddling anti-Semitism and are glorifying terrorism, many schools are beginning to bow to their demands. I find this abhorrent and disgusting. In negotiations with pro-Hamas demonstrators, Northwestern University agreed to offer coveted faculty positions to Palestinian academics and set aside full ride scholarships for Palestinian students. To appease its pro-Hamas students, Brown University last week agreed to hold a vote on divesting from Israel. After negotiating with pro-Hamas activists for weeks, Columbia University has canceled its commencement ceremony. We can only bring an end to this disturbing illegal behavior when there are actual consequences. College students who promote terrorism on behalf of Hamas should be added to the TSA no-fly list, and we should deport foreign students on visas who support Hamas, a U.S.-designated terror organization. And universities that allow anti-Semitism on their campuses should be defunded. The Stop Anti-Semitism on College Campuses Act, which I introduced alongside Senator Tim Scott, would ensure that that happens. But instead of standing up for Jewish students, President Biden has drawn, unfortunately, a moral equivalence between pro-Hamas activists and pro-Israel Americans. When asked about the anti-Semitic demonstrations last month, the president said, and I quote, "He condemns those who don't understand what's going on with the Palestinians," end quote. At the same time, the president has focused on pushing billions in new illegal student loan forgiveness that could very well benefit the students who are out leading these demonstrations. So that is why I have joined my Senate Republican colleagues in introducing the No Bailouts for Campus Criminals Act, which would make any person who is convicted of a state or federal offense in connection with a campus protest ineligible for any federal student loan forgiveness. The president is also reportedly looking to welcome Gazans to America as refugees. According to a recent poll, 71% of Gazans said they supported Hamas' horrific October 7th attack on Israeli civilians. 71% of Gazans said they supported Hamas's horrific attack on October 7th. More than 300 individuals on the terror watch list have entered our country under President Biden, but for some reason, this administration thinks that they can vet Gazans who elected Hamas as their government, who support the terrorist attack. They think they can properly vet them and bring them into this country? Have they not asked Egypt, Jordan, other countries in the region why they will not take these Palestinian refugees? I think it would be instructive. And our country cannot afford more failed leadership and not knowing who is coming into this country who may wish us harm. We would like to see the president rescind this and review his priorities and make it his priority to protect the American people. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
But instead of standing up for Jewish students, President Biden has drawn, unfortunately, a moral equivalence between pro-Hamas activists and pro-Israel Americans. When asked about the anti-Semitic demonstrations last month, the president said, and I quote, "He condemns those who don't understand what's going on with the Palestinians," end quote. At the same time, the president has focused on pushing billions in new illegal student loan forgiveness that could very well benefit the students who are out leading these demonstrations. So that is why I have joined my Senate Republican colleagues in introducing the No Bailouts for Campus Criminals Act, which would make any person who is convicted of a state or federal offense in connection with a campus protest ineligible for any federal student loan forgiveness. The president is also reportedly looking to welcome Gazans to America as refugees. According to a recent poll, 71% of Gazans said they supported Hamas' horrific October 7th attack on Israeli civilians. 71% of Gazans said they supported Hamas's horrific attack on October 7th. More than 300 individuals on the terror watch list have entered our country under President Biden, but for some reason, this administration thinks that they can vet Gazans who elected Hamas as their government, who support the terrorist attack. They think they can properly vet them and bring them into this country. Have they not asked Egypt, Jordan, other countries in the region why they will not take these Palestinian refugees? I think it would be instructive. And our country cannot afford more failed leadership and not knowing who is coming into this country who may wish us harm. We would like to see the president rescind this and review his priorities and make it his priority to protect the American people. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. This week, we are taking a big step forward in the fight to end online child exploitation. The Bipartisan Report Act, which you and I led, has been signed into law. And now law enforcement and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, or NCMEC as we call it, will have the resources that they need to better protect vulnerable children and track down these predators and pedophiles. This legislation has been urgently needed, and Mr. President, I thank you for your leadership on this issue. Here is a frightening statistic. In America, a child is bought or sold for sexual exploitation once every 2 minutes. In this country, in 2024, a child is bought or sold for sex once every 2 minutes. This abuse increasingly happens in the virtual space, where predators distribute child sexual abuse material. They recruit minors into sex trafficking rings, and they extort children into sharing explicit images of themselves. Just last year, NCMEC received 36.2 million reports of online child sexual exploitation, a 23% increase over 2021. NCMEC, whose cyber tip line serves as our country's centralized reporting system for online child abuse, does incredible work to track down these crimes and report them to law enforcement. But tragically, so many more acts of online sexual abuse against children are going unreported. Although criminal law requires electronic service providers to report any child sex abuse material on their sites, online platforms, including big tech sites such as Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram, have no obligation to report content involving the sex trafficking or grooming of children or enticement crimes. Most online platforms choose not to report this abhorrent material to law enforcement. And even when they do report the content, electronic service providers often omit necessary information to identify victims and track down their abusers. We've also heard from victims, their families, and law enforcement about the need to modernize laws around reporting online sexual abuse. For example, children and their parents risk legal liability for transferring evidence of online sexual abuse that they have experienced when submitting reports to the NCMEC cyber tip line. The Report Act addresses these issues and more to ensure that they are defending children against some of the most heinous crimes imaginable. Now, electronic service providers will be legally required to report child trafficking and enticement. To ensure compliance with the law, the Report Act raises the fine for first violations from $150,000 up to as much as $850,000, and subsequent violations, that fee is raised from $300,000 up to $1 million. At the same time, the legislation enables victims to report evidence of online exploitation to the authorities and allows for the secure cloud storage and safe transfer of reports from NCMEC to law enforcement. It also increases the retention period for cyber tip line reports from 90 days to 1 full year, meaning law enforcement will have more time to track down and prosecute these criminals. Altogether, these measures will do so much to protect the most vulnerable among us from online exploitation and help to put an end to this horrific abuse. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the next portion of my remarks be placed separately in the record.
Without objection.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have found this conversation so interesting. I will remind my colleagues that H.R. 2, a border security bill, actually did come to the Senate, and it has been here since May 15th of 2023, an actual border security bill. And the fact that the provisions in front of us are not border security provisions are things that are of concern. I have come to the floor to talk about the Biden administration ending a policy that we had during the Trump years, and it was familial DNA testing at the southern border. Now, they chose to end this. Nobody has benefited more from this reckless decision of the Biden administration than these cartels that are abusing and recycling minors to help illegal aliens. Yes, indeed, they are recycling children. They're recycling children who have no relationship to the adults that are bringing them in, because these illegal aliens being pushed by the cartels are attaching children to the adults so that they appear as a family unit at the border, and that will help them to get asylum. While more than 400,000 migrant children have crossed our border under this administration, reports show us that as many as 30% of those children that are DNA tested by border agents are not related to the illegal aliens who are posing as their family members. So I come to the floor to call for a motion to proceed to S. 1843, the End Child Trafficking Now Act, to restore familial DNA testing at the border. The bill would criminalize child recycling. It would require DHS to deport illegal aliens who refuse a DNA test. It would mandate a maximum 10-year sentence for illegals who fabricate family ties to a minor, and require HHS to process such children as unaccompanied minors. Protecting migrant children should not be controversial, but if my Democrat colleagues object, they are making their position clear on this issue. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session. Further, that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of S. 1843, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object. Mr. President,
Senator from Illinois.
I understand this bill is intended to, quote, require a DNA test to determine the relationship between asylum-seeking adults at the border and, quote, any accompanying children. However, it fails to accomplish this goal, and our current laws already include provisions to allow for DNA testing. Under current law as written, DHS and the State Department already have the necessary authority to collect DNA where there's any question about the familial relationship between a non-citizen and a minor child traveling with them. At the southwest border, the Department of Homeland Security currently conducts DNA testing when there's any question about the validity of the parent-child relationship, and additional scrutiny is placed on individuals who are not related to the child to ensure that a child is not being trafficked. Due to what I assume is a drafting error in this proposal before us, I have to note that this bill would not even apply to families seeking asylum at the border. As it is currently written, this bill only applies to someone who is, quote, admitted, close quote, to the United States. But under our immigration laws, asylum seekers at the border, quote, enter, close quote, the United States, but are not usually, quote, admitted. There's a big distinction here. That means that this bill would apply to any non-citizen family coming to the United States through our legal immigration system, but not families crossing the border to claim asylum. Exactly the opposite of what the senator says that she wanted to achieve. The family relationship of those who are coming to our country through the legal immigration system are usually validated by multiple agencies before applicants are issued a visa. For example, assume a family from Mexico wanted to come to Disneyland in Florida and apply for a visitor's visa for that purpose for themselves and their children. They would need to prove at the airport under this bill that they are the relatives or guardian of the children or submit to a DNA test. Is that what we're going to expend our energy on? If the family refuses, the adults may be arrested, the children will be treated as unaccompanied children and placed in custody. Is that what we want to achieve? This bill would require every such family to prove their relationship with their children at the airport or other ports of entry. The burdensome requirements in this bill would bring our system for processing lawful travelers to a halt and deter legitimate trade and tourism in the United States. As a senator from Tennessee knows, protecting kids has been one of our top priorities in the Judiciary Committee. Last year, we held 2 hearings on safety and well-being of children seeking refuge in the United States. We heard from child trafficking experts and government witnesses. Following up on these hearings, the committee is in the midst of an ongoing investigation of the issue. We all agree that no child should be abused, exploited, or trafficked, whether the president's a Republican or a Democrat. I vigorously oppose the Trump administration's inhumane family separation policy, and I've demanded that the Biden administration do more to protect migrant children. It's easy to criticize the executive branch, but let's take a look at the reality of the situation. We need to look in the mirror. It has been decades, over 30 years, since Congress passed meaningful immigration legislation. In less than an hour, at 2 o'clock, every senator, Republican and Democrat, will have a chance to make history, to start us on a conversation, a bipartisan conversation for a better immigration system. Instead of lobbying partisan attacks, let's come together across the aisle to fix the broken immigration system. We should provide funding for enforcement against child labor violations and ensure child migrants have the services they deserve. I've introduced legislation to improve sponsor vetting and placement, help children navigate our legal system, and better protect minors in government custody. I welcome my colleagues from either side of the aisle to join me. I'd be more than happy to sit down with any of my colleagues to discuss solutions that would prevent child trafficking. Sadly, this bill does not accomplish that goal at all. I object.
President.
The objection is heard. The senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that the esteemed chairman of the Judiciary Committee is misreading the bill, because this would apply to people that are entering the United States. It would apply to those that are coming to the southern border. And this is a process that had been in place. The Biden administration chose to stop this process. Mr. President, what we understand is they chose to stop this because the test takes 45 minutes to determine if that child is or is not related. 45 minutes to determine if that child should be left with those adults. And 30% of the children that are DNA tested at that southern border are found to not be related to the adult who is holding them by the hand, who is bringing them in the country. So I would ask my colleagues, is 45 minutes too much time to take to be sure that a child is secure? We have had 10 million people come to that border. We have had 400,000 of those children. Don't we want to provide the best for these children and separate them from traffickers? And by the way, HHS has lost track of 85,000 of these children. They can't tell your committee, Mr. President, where those children are. They can't tell Judiciary Committee where those children are. 85,000 children. We do not know if they are dead or alive. We do not know if they are being labor trafficked, sex trafficked. We do not know what is happening. DNA testing is a way to help save some of these children. We should return to this policy. And by the way, again, I will mention H.R. 2 has been in here. Homeland Security Committee has had 374 days to have a markup on a border security bill. They chose not to. Judiciary Committee could have had a markup on a border security bill. They did not do it. But they're bringing a political stunt bill to the floor today to try to push it through to give cover to vulnerable members of your party. Yield the floor. Thank you, Mr. President. 105 years ago today, this chamber did something truly historic. It passed the 19th Amendment to secure the right to vote for American women. The amendment's ratification by the states 1 year later marked the largest enfranchisement in U.S. history, extending the vote to 26 million Americans. This incredible achievement fulfilled more than 70 years of tireless efforts by brave suffragists to make our country a more perfect union, including many Tennessee women. Abby Crawford Milton from Chattanooga, Ida B. Wells from Memphis, and Dallas Dudley from Nashville. On this anniversary, I'm especially reminded of Feb Byrne of Nyota, Tennessee. In the summer of 1920, the Tennessee General Assembly was in a heated debate about whether Tennessee would ratify the 19th Amendment. At the time, 35 states had already voted to ratify the amendment, so only one more was needed to make the 19th Amendment the law of the land. On the day of the vote in Nashville, Feb Byrne wrote a letter to her son, Harry Byrne, the youngest member of the Tennessee State Legislature. She urged her son to support the amendment. She wrote, and I quote, "Hurrah and vote for suffrage, and don't keep them in doubt," end quote. At first, Harry pinned a red rose, the symbol of anti-suffragist movement, to his shirt, and voted to table the amendment in back-to-back deadlock votes. But with his mother's letter in his coat pocket, Harry ultimately listened to her advice, switched his vote, and switched to a yellow rose on that lapel, making Tennessee the 36th and final state to ratify the 19th Amendment. As the first woman to represent Tennessee in the U.S. Senate, I have a special appreciation for the women who fought this fight, and I've worked to honor their legacy and advance their cause. But as we remember the suffragists on this anniversary, it's important to recognize that women are still fighting for a seat at the table and recognition for their achievements. Look no further than the National Mall right here in our nation's capital. This 2-mile stretch of land, America's front yard as it is known, honors our nation's history and ideals with monuments, memorials, and statues of incredible Americans who have made tremendous sacrifices to make our country a more perfect union. Yet, among the 40 monuments, not one is dedicated to American women. That's why, alongside Senator Baldwin, I introduced the bipartisan Women's Suffrage National Monument Location Act, which would finally secure a monument honoring women's history on the National Mall. This monument will commemorate the women's suffrage movement, the passage of the 19th Amendment, and the incredible women who fought to secure the vote for millions of Americans. The House unanimously passed this legislation in November. Now the Senate should vote to make this memorial a reality and honor the giants who paved the way for generations of American women. Mr. President, I urge every member of this chamber to join Senator Baldwin and me in supporting the Women's Suffrage National Monument Location Act. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum. Thank you, Mr. President. On Saturday, July 13th, our nation narrowly avoided a catastrophe with the failed assassination attempt of President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. In the wake of this disturbing attack, I'm grateful that President Trump is safe and recovering, and join Tennesseans and Americans in praying for the 2 victims who were critically injured. Tragically, our nation lost a hero in the attack. Corey Comparator, a rally attendee, was killed while protecting his wife and daughter from gunfire. This assassination attempt was a shocking act of political violence, and one agency more than any other was responsible for preventing it. That is the Secret Service. But as reports continue to pile up about the Secret Service's failures leading up to the attempt, I know Tennesseans and Americans have so many questions. How was the shooter allowed on a structure so close to the rally with a clear line of sight to President Trump? And why were there no agents on that roof? How is it possible, as senators learned in a briefing with Secret Service and the FBI last week, that Secret Service agents knew about a threat before President Trump walked on stage, yet they did nothing to prevent him from going on stage? How was the shooter allowed to scope out the rally grounds with a range finder, a device that is often used by snipers to measure the distance to a target, even after he was spotted by law enforcement? Why was the assassin able to fly a drone and take footage of the rally grounds just before the speech? And why, as the agency has finally acknowledged after initially denying it, why did the Secret Service turn down previous requests from President Trump's security detail for more resources to protect him? To be sure, many Secret Service agents bravely put their lives on the line to get President Trump to safety following the assassination attempt. We are grateful for them. But as a whole, the agency failed its sole objective, which was to protect the protectee, in this case, former President Trump. Yet Secret Service Director Cheadle has repeatedly refused to explain why this tragedy happened on her watch. When my colleagues and I pressed her for answers last week, she ran away, and during the House Oversight hearing on Monday, she continued to stonewall, repeatedly claiming that she is unable to provide answers while her agency investigates the operational failures leading up to the assassination attempt. This is inexcusable. While Director Cheadle has finally done the right thing and resigned, Tennesseans and the American people still deserve answers about how her agency let President Trump come within inches of being killed by an assassin's bullet. The Secret Service has the duty to send another representative equipped to answer these questions when the Senate Judiciary Committee holds its hearing on the circumstances that led to the attempted assassination of former President Trump. While we await answers, there is one thing we do know. If Director Cheadle had done her job and upheld her agency's zero-fail mission, this tragedy would never have happened.
President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I assume we're in a quorum call.
Yes, we are.
I ask that it be lifted.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come here today to talk briefly on the Kids Online Safety Act before the milestone historic vote that we will take at about noon today. For years, in fact, for decades, Congress has discussed and debated the need for reform and safeguards in the internet. We've held dozens of hearings, brought Mark Zuckerberg and every other big tech CEO to our committees, and there's been broad agreement. Something needs to be done. We need rules, safeguards. Despite countless polls showing public bipartisan demand for legislation, nothing has happened, nothing. Senator Blackburn and I began working on our subcommittee when we held legislative investigation on kids' online safety. Throughout that process, we began to meet with parents who had lost their children because of social media's harms, from bullying, fentanyl, sex exploitation, and other horrific harms. As a parent of 4 children, and Senator Blackburn also as a parent, we felt deeply the grief, but we admired the grit and grace of those parents who came to us and demanded action. I'm haunted by one of the moms who said to us early on, I think speaking on behalf of so many of them and us, when will you stop them from killing people? When will you stop them from killing our children? Voting today, the United States Senate is finally taking action on big tech. And at its core, the Kids Online Safety Act is a simple, straightforward measure. It gives young people and parents the tools and safeguards to take back control over their online lives. It gives them that measure of power. It empowers them. It enables them to make choices about what they want to see and hear on the internet, rather than the algorithms that drive content, often repetitive, addictive content, about bullying and eating disorders that contributes to the destruction of their lives. 3 key principles in this legislation: accountability, safeguards, and transparency. First, social media platforms will be bound by a duty of care, legally required to exercise reasonable care to prevent their products from causing self-harm, suicide, eating disorders, substance abuse, and other harmful impacts. The duty of care is flexible because we want it to keep up with the changes in technology and to be able to fairly apply to companies with widely different sizes, business models, and products. we recognize the obligations on Instagram or YouTube should be different from those for a startup, and that social media platforms are different from video games. Second, social media platforms will have to provide young people safeguards and set them to the strongest settings by default. Finally, social media companies will no longer be able to hide harm. This legislation will require yearly independent audits and access to data. Researchers, Congress, parents, all will be able to hold those companies truly accountable. Importantly, this bill stops big tech from avoiding their legal obligations to protect children. And we do that through a knowledge standard in the bill. The bill ensures that if Meta or Google know or should know that a user is a teen or a child, they need to provide them the safeguards under this legislation, where the platforms have information indicating that they are kids. They need to act and protect them. No more sticking their heads in the sand. No more excuses, no more platitudes that disguise inaction and irresponsibility. In short, we want kids to have more of the good that comes from the internet without the bad. There's a lot of positive. Kids experience it, but there are some really scary, toxic stuff that kids also experience, and they have told us again and again and again, they want to make choices. They don't want the algorithms to do it for them. And that's why we have empowered them to make those choices. We're not blocking or censoring content for them. We're simply creating an environment that is safe by design. And at its core, this bill is a product design bill. All my career, I've tried to protect consumers against defective products that are designed to make more money and more profits at the risk or expense of injury to people. Whether it is cigarettes that are designed to kill the customer through nicotine addiction, or car manufacturers who have been required to make their products safer by design through seat belts and airbags, or toys with small parts that endanger children who can choke on those parts unless there is sufficient warning to parents or caregivers. This society steps forward to make products safer, putting people, and particularly children, over products, and that is what we were requiring social media to do. We can no longer rely on the big tech companies to say to us, trust us. They betrayed that trust. And Congress has an obligation to act. Over the past 3 years, we've worked exhaustively to improve this bill. We've sought feedback, we've made changes, we've revised and crafted new provisions. We've robustly debated the issues with anyone and everyone who had concerns. And I am immensely grateful to Senator Blackburn, who has been incomparably important as a partner, as a co-writer and drafter of this legislation, as an advocate, because we share this common goal. Whatever our differences on other issues, this goal has been paramount for both of us over these past 3+ years. I want to also thank Senators Schumer and McConnell for scheduling this vote, and Chair Cantwell, Ranking Member Cruz for their leadership and support for this bill in the Commerce Committee. The Kids Online Safety Act now has 72 co-sponsors, nearly 3/4 of the membership of this chamber. That is unheard of for an important substantive piece of legislation that takes on the most powerful companies in the world. Looking ahead, I'm confident that we can build on this momentum. It is powerful momentum, but we need to build on it. And we can swiftly pass the Kids Online Safety Act in the House and enact it into law this fall as kids come back to school. Legislators will be returning from their home districts, having heard from those parents and children, just as we have heard here, about the dangers and destruction coming from the internet. Senator Blackburn and I have spoken with the House leadership several times, and I believe we have strong support and a clear path forward. Through this long process, our leaders, indeed our lodestar, have been those parents and young people. They are in the gallery today for the vote, and across the country, they are watching. Our nation is watching because the parents of this nation, not just the advocates and activists who came here to meet with senators before now and soon Congress people, but all of the parents of this nation who have a stake in the safety of our children are demanding this change. They're demanding the Kids Online Safety Act because they know firsthand the heartbreak and loss that social media can cause. We can't bring back the lives of their loved ones, but we can save others. These parents are heroes, spending countless hours living through the pain, telling and retelling their stories, bringing tears to our eyes, as the Majority Leader, Senator Schumer, has said so eloquently. He has felt that pain through them, through their eyes and through their hearts. And I particularly want to thank Senator Schumer for keeping his word and giving this bill a vote, keeping not only his word, but keeping faith with those parents. Congress owes them, and I am honored to fight alongside them. Today, the Senate will show that it understands we are in the midst of a mental health crisis in this country, particularly for our young people, that is aggravated and exacerbated by big tech. And the reason is very simply a business model that, in effect, relies on repetitive, addictive features driving toxic content at kids. They want back control over their online lives. Parents are asking for tools and safeguards that gives them a measure of control. Clearly, the need is so deeply and widely felt in this country, and the Senate today shows that it values the lives of young people over the political influence and the profits of big tech. The armies of lawyers and lobbyists that it has been able to muster, the false pretenses of, sure, we want regulation, but not that regulation, will finally be defeated. It is a historic day. It is time to vote. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I thank my colleague while he is still here on the floor for his diligence in his work and his partnership as we have worked on the Kids Online Safety Act. Indeed, he has put many hours, as his team has also put many hours into this. As we get ready to move forward with passage, I think we have to remember that it was 1998, the last time this body took up and passed a bill that became law that protected children in the virtual space. And a lot has changed since then. We've seen the emergence of social media. We've seen 100 million Americans born during that period of time. So thinking about these platforms and that emergence, when you think about Facebook and Instagram and Snapchat and TikTok and online video games, those interactive games that are pulling kids into those, you think about how social media has changed the lives and the exposure of children today. They have grown up in this. And as Senator Blumenthal said, you know, Mr. President, it's so important to note that there are laws that protect children from buying alcohol, buying tobacco, buying pornography, being taken to a strip show. We as society we've decided kids can't drive until they're 16 years old. They can't vote until they're 18 years old. But when you look at these social media platforms, there are no guardrails. And children are constantly exposed to content that encourages self-harm. That is why we have started to see over the last decade such a rise in cyberbullying. I had one mom tell me her child was bullied to death, cyber-bullied nonstop. I had a principal tell me, he said, you know, Marsha, it's interesting. Previously, in previous decades, children could go home and get away from the schoolyard bully. Now, that takes place over that phone, and it never stops. Indeed, many of the behavioral issues at school are related to what is happening online. And we have seen a rise in mental health disorders. We've seen an increase in eating disorders, online sexual abuse and human trafficking, drug overdoses in teens, and of course, suicides. Online challenges where a child loses their life. And we have seen how the way big tech approaches this, our kids are basically defenseless. That is why the Kids Online Safety Act has moved forward. As Senator Blumenthal said, we have worked on this. We have met with colleagues. We have met with wonderful parents. We've met with principals and pediatricians and so many people that are involved in children's lives. And that is why this legislation is focused on safety by design. And that's a change. That will be a change for social media. It will have that duty of care. There will be that toolbox for kids and parents to make it a safer environment. Those algorithms are going to have to be opened up. There's going to have to be a portal so bad actors in the virtual space can be reported, and the social media platforms will have to do something about it. When we started focusing on these issues and doing our hearings, what became so evident to us? Social media platforms knew. They knew that what they were doing and what they were allowing was causing harm. They knew it because the whistleblowers from those companies told us they knew it. But you know what? They were putting profits before children. So they did it anyway. They did it knowing they were harming our children. But children are not a product when they are online. That is the way social media has treated them. Indeed, Meta assigned a value to each child. That child is worth $270 a year to that company. That is the callous nature with which they have approached this. So we are ready to move forward with this today, and we do thank the parents who have shared their stories with us and have done more. They have advocated, they have worked, they have pulled neighbors and friends and those that work with children into a coalition. It's been pretty powerful. So we are ready to move forward with this, and we do thank Senator Blumenthal and his team. We thank the other members of the Senate, the 70 co-sponsors that are on this legislation with us. We thank Leader Schumer and Leader McConnell for their work. Commerce Committee Chairman Cantwell and Ranking Member Cruz all have been supportive of moving this legislation, and it is indeed a testament to building consensus around bipartisan solutions that are going to last. We also thank, pardon me, all of the groups and organizations that have worked with us to make certain that this legislation gets across the finish line. And as we pass it today and send it over to the House, we know that we have Chairwoman McMorris Rogers and Congresswoman Kathy Castor and Congressman Bill Mayorkas. Castor and Bill Mayorkas are the House leads on this legislation. There is broad bipartisan support in the House, and we know that the House leadership is supporting, and we are ready to move this across the finish line and to the President's desk so that as kids head to school this year, they know they have new tools in the toolbox to protect themselves as they are in the virtual space. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that this article on the history of privacy protections for children and teens from Common Sense Media be entered into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today is an historic day. Today, the United States Senate will vote on the Kids Online Safety and Privacy Act, which includes my legislation with Senator Bill Cassidy from Louisiana, the Children and Teens Online Privacy Protection Act, or Copa 2.0. With this vote, the United States Senate will finally send a message to big tech that the days of indiscriminately tracking and targeting children and teens are over in our country, that their privacy invasive business model must change, that young people and their parents are more important than shareholders' bank accounts. This vote is long overdue. On June 20th, 1996, June 20th, 1996, more than 28 years ago, at the dawn of the information age, when only birds tweeted and the gram was simply a measurement. I stood before the House of Representatives and warned about the Internet's unique threat to user privacy. I stated then in 1996 that the Internet would allow corporate America to have the, quote, opportunity to track the clickstream of a citizen of the net, to sneak corporate hands into a personal information cookie jar and use that database to compile sophisticated, highly personal consumer profiles of people's hobbies, buying habits, financial information, health information, who they contact or converse with, when and for how long. The Internet would allow digital desperados to roam the Internet frontier unchecked. 2 years later, Congress enacted my Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, or COPPA. That was 1998, and it was for kids under the age of 13. That's all I could get in 1998. Protections for kids under 13 in our country, knowing that there was going to be an effort by corporate America to exploit those children. Now, how did I know that? I knew it because I had been chairman over telecommunications in the 1980s, when the television industry was targeting kids with advertising on Saturday morning cartoons, Saturday morning programs. They were pretty much turning all the programs into one big ad targeted at vulnerable kids. And so I had to author the Children's Television Act of 1990 in order to put protections for television on the books. But then, as the Internet evolved, the marketers, the targeters all moved over from television over to the Internet. And with it, Congress has to follow them in order to pass the laws to protect children, to protect teenagers from being exploited by the very same marketers, the very same companies that sought to exploit them on television. And as I explained back then, the original COPPA, Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, can be summarized in 3 words: disclosure, knowledge, and know. Disclosure of privacy policies, knowledge of information collected on our children, and no to the sale of the information. That information should only be used for the purposes for which the young person and their family had intended it. So COPPA put real safeguards on the Internet, at least for kids under the age of 13. But over the last 26 years, the Federal Trade Commission has brought dozens of cases against both household names like Google, TikTok, and even Mrs. Fields Cookies, and lesser-known entities. And during that period, the Federal Trade Commission has collected over $500 million in fines for violation of COPPA, of the Child Online Privacy Protection Act. The original COPPA law has done a lot of good. But as the years have passed and technology has evolved, our online world once again started to look like the Wild West, with the desperados in charge, exploiting teenagers, exploiting children, using algorithms, powerful algorithms, to target those kids. So in 2011, I introduced my Children and Teens Privacy Bill to update COPPA. And in every Congress since, I have continued to introduce that legislation, slowly developing coalitions, answering questions, building support to modernize and update COPPA to protect children and teens' privacy online. And it can no longer be under the age of 13. Now we have to move it up to age 16 because we can see very clearly the targeting that goes on by these companies, the exploitation of the young people in our country, and the vulnerability of that group of Americans under the age of 17 who, according to the Surgeon General, according to the CDC, are in a mental health crisis in our country. And social media has been implicated by the Surgeon General, by the CDC, as one of the principal causes of this mental health crisis in our country. And while knowledge and disclosure and know may have been effective during the early internet era, today that formula needs to be modified. The no must now be no, no, no. And that is the foundation of Copa 2.0. No targeted advertising towards children and teenagers in our country. No excessive data collection of information of teens and children. No deliberately ignoring young users. For over a decade, I have been fighting for these essential privacy protections. In fact, if Copa 2.0 were a person, it would have just turned 13 and would have aged out of Copa's critical privacy protections, and that's unacceptable. I introduced it in 2011, but the power of those tech industries has blocked that progress that we needed. Yes, you want all the good things from the internet, but there's a Dickensian quality to the internet. It's the best of technologies and the worst of technologies simultaneously. It can enable, it can ennoble, but it can also degrade, it can debase. And we must now put these protections in because we know that these companies have been exploiting their ability to reach children and teenagers all across our country and largely unencumbered by any restrictions whatsoever. I know that privacy can sometimes seem as an elusive concept because strong privacy rules sound great in theory, but what does that mean in practice? Well, with Copa 2.0, here's what privacy is going to mean. It's going to mean privacy will put an end to the manipulative, personalized ads that trick young people into purchasing unwanted goods and services. Privacy means stopping a search engine or social media site from collecting a teenager's eye color or location or other information which has nothing to do with why that young person had gone online in the first place. It's none of that company's business. And it also means giving teens or parents an eraser button to delete a social media post, to tell the company, delete all that information you've gathered about me, a teenager, or as a parent that you've collected about my child. Erase it all. And that right will be in the hands of the young person. It will be in the hands of the parent to just say, no, stop it. Stop collecting that information and delete whatever you have. Erase it. So there'll be an eraser button. So a youthful mistake doesn't last forever. So that's going to be a big moment, too, when we pass this legislation, to move the power over to the parents and to the young people. And most importantly, privacy means a fighting chance for parents and young people who are struggling against trillion-dollar platforms, looking for every way to keep kids and teens on their app. Today, with passage of Copa 2.0, the Senate takes a momentous step to stand up to the big tech lobbying machine, to stop the privacy-invasive business model that exploits young people for profit, to give our high-tech regulator, the Federal Trade Commission, the tools to tame our modern digital desperados who are out there trying to exploit young people in our country. with AI supercharging big tech's algorithms and encouraging platforms to collect more data on young people, it has never been more important to protect our young people's privacy. With this vote, the Senate is finally meeting that moment. When I was a boy, and I was home with my mother, with my two brothers, and I'd be 10 years old, 9 years old, and a salesman would ring the doorbell. And my mother would tell me, just go to where the letter opener is in the door and tell the salesman that your mother's not home. And I would. And then I'd go to my mother and say, but you are home. And she would say, I'm not home to him. He's not getting in our living room. It's 11 in the morning. We're not having a stranger in our living room with you and 3 small children. It's just not happening, Eddie. Well, that same sense of privacy is still present in American families, in America's mothers and fathers. They don't want strangers in their living rooms, in their kitchens, in their bedrooms with their children. And what has happened is that in the internet age, those same salesmen have been able to get around that front door. They've been able to get into the lives of the children, of the teenagers in our country, in ways that the parents have had great difficulty in controlling. And so what we're going to say here today, on the floor of the Senate, is no. We're going to change this balance of power. We're going to hand it over to the parents, hand it over to the children and the teenagers, so that we can just say to those salesmen, those digital salesmen, those digital desperados trying to take advantage of young people in our country, no, you cannot get in. You cannot compromise the well-being of the young people in this family. So that's what this vote is all about. It's historic. It's long overdue. It was pretty clear what the business model of these companies was going to be long ago. At the dawn of the era, I was the Democratic author of the Telecommunications Act of 1996 that moved America from analog to digital, from narrowband to broadband. Not one company in America had broadband in February of 1996, but it was all predictable. The pediatricians in our country said we must put protections in for this new digital world in 1996. So it was highly predictable. Those who cared about the well-being of children, of teenagers, were saying it all back then. Nothing is new. So today's a historic day, and we thank all of our partners for working with us and all of the outside groups who have dedicated their time, their effort, their resources to getting this bill to the Senate floor. I'm deeply grateful to Senator Schumer for his partnership and leadership on this issue, to Chairwoman Cantwell, to Ranking Member Ted Cruz, and to my partner, Senator Cassidy from Louisiana. In 1998, Copa 1.0 was a partnership between myself and Billy Tozan from Louisiana. And today, with Senator Cassidy, we're going to take Copa 2.0, partner it with the legislation of Senator Blumenthal and the senator from Tennessee, and we're going to make history. And then we're going to get it over the finish line and onto the president's desk before the end of this year. So I thank all the members for their cooperation on this. And again, I want to thank Senator Schumer for his great effort in expediting the movement of this legislation to the floor, and for, I believe, its inexorable, inevitable passage. So I thank you, Mr. President, and I yield back.
Here's a number for everyone to think about today: 35.3 trillion. 35.3 trillion. That is our nation's debt number. As you can see, we've gotten there because of years of deficit spending. Right now, this massive sum, which is our national debt, pardon me, represents more than $100,000 of indebtedness for every man, woman, and child in this country. While this number is almost impossible to comprehend, it poses one of the greatest threats to our nation's stability, security, and survival. To put this issue in perspective, pardon me, Mr. President. To put this issue in perspective, our debt to GDP ratio is 121%, meaning our nation's debt is a fifth larger than our nation's annual economic output. Think about that. The debt is larger than our output. By comparison, our debt to GDP ratio at the end of World War II was 106%. That was the record high before we got to the COVID-19 pandemic. As our debt balloons, the annual cost of interest payments on the debt continues to rise, and this crowds out vital services that ought to be going to people that need them. In fact, through the first 6 months of fiscal year 2024, our country spent more taxpayer money servicing the debt than we spent on our military. We spent $440 billion on interest payments on our debt. When faced with this reality, Tennesseans and Americans will probably wonder, well, how did we get on this path to fiscal disaster? And of course, $35.3 trillion in debt didn't just appear overnight. Each year, the federal deficit, and I've got a chart here that goes back to 2005 and shows you what the deficit was every year. And this deficit, the annual difference between government spending and taxpayer money that's collected and coming into the federal government, all gets tacked onto our national debt. And under the Biden-Harris administration, this deficit spending has exploded. You can see these numbers. Last fiscal year, the federal deficit was nearly $1.7 trillion. It was up more than 21% from $1.4 trillion in 22. If you'll recall, the Biden-Harris Inflation Reduction Act, the Green New Deal giveaway that Vice President Harris sat right up there and cast the tie-breaking vote for, was supposed to somehow miraculously reduce the debt. Still, so many Tennesseans say, how can you say you're going to spend more and that is going to reduce what you spend? It is void of common sense. In fiscal year 2021, meanwhile, the federal deficit reached more than $2.7 trillion. Now, we know some of that overlapped with the final couple of months of the Trump administration, but the spending occurred primarily under the Biden administration and under that $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan. It was the driving force of this administration's 4-decade high inflation rate. Indeed, if you go back and you look at inflation, it was 1.4% the day that President Biden and Vice President Harris took office. Today, the latest number's 20.3%. In fact, excluding the emergency COVID spending in 2020, deficit spending under the Biden-Harris administration is at its highest point in American history. As I said, 121% of GDP, and previously, after World War II, it was at 106%. The only other administration that has come even close to these numbers under Biden-Harris is the Obama-Biden administration. Before congressional Republicans fought for and secured serious spending cuts, that administration ran annual deficits as high as $1.4 trillion between fiscal years 2009 and 2012. With deficits soaring again, our country needs another serious course correction. Yet, under their 2025 budget proposal, the Biden-Harris administration has called for, and I want you to get this number, their 2025 budget proposal calls for $86 trillion in spending over the next 10 years. 86 trillion. It would increase our national debt, that $35.3 trillion number, it would increase it by $18 trillion. Now, bear in mind, this is spending they are putting on the books. They're claiming it. They're out here shouting for it. Bidenomics, it is working. But again, Mr. President, we look at this and say, how can you spend more and then say you're reducing the deficit? It is void of common sense. Instead of fiscal recklessness, our country needs fiscal responsibility. Every year I have legislation that would slash federal spending, and I do these bills every year, by 1%, 2%, 5% for discretionary spending, excluding defense, homeland security, and veterans affairs. I fully believe anybody can find a way to save 1 penny, 2 pennies, or a nickel out of what they're given to spend. At a time when growth in government hiring is now outpacing growth in private sector hiring, Congress must also address the ballooning size of the federal government, which now employs nearly 2.4 million bureaucrats. It is time to start freezing salaries and freezing federal hiring. While there are many more steps that need to be taken to put America on a better fiscal trajectory, these moves would begin to tackle the threat that is posed to our nation and to our freedoms because of overspending. If we don't get busy with this and find some ways to wrestle with this debt and with this out-of-control spending, it's our children and grandchildren that will suffer by having to pay that bill. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the next portion of my remarks be placed separately in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Each year since 1961, the Country Music Association has inducted the legendary performers, songwriters, and artists of this uniquely American musical tradition into the Country Music Hall of Fame. In many ways, this distinction is the highest honor in country music, with names like Hank Williams, Chet Atkins, Dolly Parton, and Elvis Presley among its roll of honor. Next month, 3 new names will join this legendary group during the Hall of Fame medallion ceremony. John Anderson, a force for traditionalism in country music who achieved 20 top 10 country singles across a 5-decade-long career. James Burton, who is considered one of the greatest guitarists in all of music, performing and recording with the likes of Elvis, Merle Haggard, John Denver, and Emmylou Harris, and the late Toby Keith, an exceptional storyteller who brought joy to millions around the world through his music, especially to our men and women in uniform. While each artist has their own distinct sound and style, They share a music tradition that reminds every American of the things that truly matter: faith, family, freedom, hope, opportunity, and patriotism. To honor this incredible genre, this week I'm introducing a resolution that would designate October 2024 as Country Music Month. There's a reason the Grand Ole Opry, the most famous stage in country music, is known as the home of American music. Now is the perfect time for Congress to honor the contributions of country music and its legendary performers and artists to the story and the history of the United States. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.